Good morning and welcome. I am Erman Boccalari. I work on the General Direction of Research and Innovation of the regional government. It's a pleasure for me, it's a pleasure for us to host to you today in Milan, in this important building. These are important days for our regions. In some days we have climbed a high mountain to obtain an important goal. We are very happy of this result, of this goal. The aim of this meeting, of this event, is due to the presidencies of EUSALP. Lombardy Region as the presidencies of EUSALP, and for consequences proposes an encounter of the representative of research and innovation of the EUSALP regions, and invites them to discuss these topics with academics who have contributed to the analysis of heterogeneity within the macro region in the session 1, and experts who have designed a specific instrument of analysis in the second session. After my welcome in the session 1, we will have Roberta Capello from Politecnico di Milano, Henning Kroll from Fraunhofer Institute, is one of the most important body research of the German, and then Francesco Pagliacci, University of Padua, Kadri Ukrainsky, University of Tartu from Finland, and as a discussant, Alberto Bramanti, Bocconi University, Aldo Geuna, University of Torino, and Mario Cervantes, OECD. After the coffee break, we will have a second session, ongoing action generated by research and innovation mapping and proposal recommendation to the regions towards a new programming period. This session will be chaired by Anna Giorgi, University of Milan. And then we will have Francesco Guerra, University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, and then Jacques Bercier and Michael Keller, University of Fribourg, and then Eric Foster, Research and Innovation Mapping in Western Balkan, Series Academic, and then Pasquale Pavone from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna di Pisa. Now it's a pleasure for me to give the floor to Professor Margherita Russo from University of Modena and Reggio Emilia.
A few words just to say thank you for hosting this workshop. This international workshop is a great opportunity for Action Group 1 and for sharing in particular the results of the AlpGov project and to discuss the many issues that are in our agenda. So since we had a few changes in the program, we'll continue in the changed program, and I will leave the floor to Anna to present the workshop, and then we'll start with the first session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Margherita. Short presentation regarding the framework in which we are moving and working today. First of all, I want to welcome everybody, and it's a pleasure for us to have you all here in Milan, participating to this workshop focused on the challenge of designing and promoting a research and innovation macro-regional strategy in the Alpine region. This workshop is based on the experience of the Action Group 1, one of the 9 action groups of the EUSALP strategy. The Action Group I lead representing Lombardy Region. But let me start from the beginning and give you some basic but very important information. EUSALP is the fourth macro-regional strategy of the European Union, launched in 2016. And as all the macro-regional strategies, it aims to empower a larger transnational region to plan and drive its future, addressing common challenges and opportunities beyond the state borders. And in particular, EUSALP is a macro-regional strategy based on a modern vision of the future of a very rich and dynamic transnational area we live in and we know very well, characterized by the presence of the Alps, involving 7 countries, 2 extra European Union countries and 5 European Union countries, addressing common challenges and opportunities and aim at fostering its competitiveness and reducing the economic differences still existing within the area. All the macro-regional strategies have to be based on capitalization and sharing of best practices, coordination and harmonization inside each region and between regions and countries in the macro-region. Here we can see how EUSALP is structured. It's mainly based on the activities planned and promoted by 9 action groups belonging to 3 thematic policy areas. In particular, the Action Group 1 aims to develop an effective research and innovation ecosystem and belongs to the first thematic policy areas, economic growth and innovation, to the first objective, fair access to job opportunities, building on the high competitiveness of the region. It's led by Lombardy Region I'm representing, and the members are 24 till now, from 6 EUSALP countries, up to 7. There are 4 observers, the European Enterprise Network, the Scientific Committee for Research in the Alps, the JRC and the European Commission. And it works based on the activity of 4 subgroups. This is the list, complete list of the members till now. And the Action Group 1 main goal is to increase the Alpine region attractiveness for public and private investment in research and innovation activities to promote sustainable economic growth and social prosperity all over the region. The Action Group 1 mission is based on the recommendation is developed, obviously, on the recommendation on which all the macro-regional strategies are based, which are fostering collaboration among countries and regions, capitalization of the existing instruments, resources, best practices, harmonization of procedures, with the essential help of modern and technological tools to search, monitor, and facilitate sharing, interaction, and collaboration. For example, this workshop can be followed by streaming and on demand, after on demand on the EUSALP platform. The European strategy for the Alpine region provides a great opportunity to improve cross-border cooperation in order to deal with common problems and challenges more efficiently. Research is essential to elaborate new answers to the new needs of the so-called knowledge society, where competitiveness depends on the capability to innovate. That's why the Action Group 1 activity has an important role for the effectiveness of the EUSALP process. Based on the logical flow on which the activities of the Action Group 1 have been based during these 3 years, in order to develop an effective research and innovation ecosystem in the Alpine region, is necessary to plan and promote actions aimed at fostering the networking and cooperation in research and innovation between research centers and enterprises, especially on common or complementary strategic priorities, creating a common EUSALP Research and Innovation Smart Specialization Strategy, creating a common EUSALP Research and Innovation Agenda. The approach adopted by the Action Group 1 since the very beginning was mainly based on this principle. First, to know, then to view, in order to plan and then define and promote strategic and effective actions. That's why, considering the richness and complexity of the existing Alpine area research and innovation ecosystem, we are in a very rich part of Europe, the Action Group 1 concentrated efforts on the development of essential knowledge infrastructure based on the mapping and geolocalization of the research innovation centers, SMEs and startups operating in the research and innovation field in the Alpine region, in order to plan properly networking activities and exchange of competencies to provide a clear vision of all the possibilities given by research and innovation Alpine environment to the entrepreneurs and investors. In particular, based on the needs of the Action Group 1, an impressive database with information concerning laboratories, research centers, and innovation SMEs and startups located in the Alpine region was developed by means of the Research Alps project, an EU project financed by HF Telecom Call, providing a powerful platform which will be presented today. And then, and more, the comparative analysis of the priorities of the research and innovation smart specialization strategies of all the Alpine regions was done in order to identify synergies, complementarities, or common priority already approved by the political level and financed by the operational programs on which to concentrate the attention and the efforts to build up a common research and innovation smart specialization strategy and a common research and innovation agenda. And again, producing a comparative framework that could help policymakers and stakeholders in improving their innovative performance by learning from other regions with a specific focus on EUSALP, of course. And finally, setting up international frameworks and identifying key stakeholders to enhance Alpine research and innovation cooperation by means of the organization of strategic meeting and workshop involving the main stakeholders of the Alpine region. With this concrete approach, the Action Group 1 has now much more possibility to work strategically in fostering networking, elaborating a common Alpine region innovation smart specialization strategy and research agenda. In other words, to really promote the development of an effective research and innovation ecosystem, considering that effects means useful, able to generate concrete and tangible results in terms of new products, services, processes developed from an idea, starting from an idea. Another important strategic point and prerequisite we discovered during this 3-year activity is that in order to generate a real and concrete impact in short time, is necessary to guarantee the participation of members and stakeholders with decision-making capacity, real decision-making capacity, as foreseen by the rules of procedures belonging to institutions dealing specifically with research and innovation activities. That it is something requiring a clear vision and a direct experience. The workshop organized today under the EUSALP Italian presidency aims at sharing the main results, findings raised, and lessons learned till now during these first 3 years of the Action Group 1 activity, promoting discussion, this is a very important point, with academics, experts, stakeholders, a discussion that at this stage is essential, really essential, to try to give answers to a lot of open questions in order to facilitate the planning of the next concrete steps towards a research and innovation strategy in the Alpine region. Finally, I wish to warmly thank the speakers and the discussants for accepting the invitation to share with us their precious experiences and knowledge, the Action Group 1 members, chairing some session and participating to the workshops, and in particular, Professor Margherita Russo, representing the Italian Ministry of Education and Research in the Action Group 1, for her tireless work to get the best possible scientific outcome in this first important phase of the Action Group 1 activity. Finally, many thanks to Lombardy Region staff coordinating the activities of the Italian presidency for their collaboration and support in organizing this workshop, and more in general, in supporting the activity of the Action Group 1. I wish you all a fruitful meeting.
Thank you. And now we can open the session 1. No. Polizio. Sì.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Fabrizio Rovatti. I'm member of Action Group 1 of EUSALP, representing Friuli-Venezia Giulia region. So let's open the first session. It's about results on region's socioeconomic characteristics and critical issues with regard to the governance for research and innovation in a macro-regional perspective. As stated before, we have Roberta Capello, Henning Kroll, Margherita Russo, and Kadri Ukrainsky that will come to present their talk here. They will have 15 minutes each to discuss their paper. After this, we will have 3 discussants, Alberto Bramanti, Aldo Genoa, and Marion Cervantes, that's in the audience, that will have 5 minutes each to discuss the speech, and after that, the 4th person can answer back on the topic we are setting in the first session. After the first session, we will have a small break, then we will have a second session. At the end of the second session, we can obviously recover the discussion even from the first session in order to address any topic you will like to deal with. I'm in charge of keeping stride the time. Since we are on time now, I will be very strict, and I'm very sorry, but I will have 3 pieces of paper. This one for the speaker means that it will have only 5 minutes more. This one means 1 minute more, and this one is ending your presentation. So that's all for now, and I will ask Roberta Capello to come here and start. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, first of all, to Margherita and to the Lombardy region for this interesting invitation. I'm here to present the summary of 2 big research projects that we did for DG Regio concerning EUSALP, and especially we were asked to
give some hints on the characteristics of this area and of the potential, let's say, resources on which to launch cooperation within the area. As Anna Giorgi reminded us, one of the main issues for this area is to capitalize on the resources that are there. And so the idea in this work that I'm going to present is that we would like to, but probably it's better if I sit here so that I can see the screen better. So the aim is to present you what a possible, in general, strategy could be for EUSALP when the idea is exactly to capitalize and to, let's say, use in the best way the resources that are present. Of course, you can have an endowment of resources, and the resources can be more or less efficiently exploited in the area. So the idea is to exactly look at the endowment and the efficiency of the resources that are present. And this will be done for the different local areas of EUSALP. As we all know, EUSALP is a very diversified region. It's made of not only the Alps, but we have the pre-Alpine areas, and we have plain areas, both in the south and in the north of the area. So it's a very, very, as I said, diversified and rich area from that point of view. So the idea is that each area calls for specific resources that are needed for that particular area in order to be competitive. So the idea of the work was to look for different areas, the resources that are required, that are needed, and whether they are present or not, and whether they are exploited in the best way they could be, and otherwise to give some suggestions. So first of all, what do we mean by these areas? So as I said, it's a huge area, so very different. And so we think that we could, let's say, summarize or group the different NUTS3. And why NUTS3? Because these are the administrative areas on which we have data for. So we decided to group them according to their development pattern. So the way in which, so the characteristics of their development, economic development patterns. Theoretically speaking, of course, you can have areas with an industrial nature. So you can have areas with industrial nature. You can have areas linked where development is linked to natural resources, and areas where the development is linked to the presence of large cities. These are three completely different models of development. Then on these three types, you can even subdivide them according, for example, the industrial development pattern could be made of traditional sectors with large firms, or traditional sectors with small firms. And otherwise, you can also have high-tech large firms or high-tech small firms. And these have to be splitted because they need completely different resources. The natural resources can either be, theoretically speaking, tourist development pattern, so you can have areas where these national resources are exploited for tourism, or areas where these are developed via agriculture, for agriculture. And then we have large city development patterns. So what we did, just to be very quick, all these types of development patterns require strategic resources in order to be competitive, which are the ones listed in the right column. Thanks to a database that we built, and especially the first row, it's the employment by sector and by size class, and the rest is about indicators of the specific resources. We were able to come up with the different types of these patterns that we have mentioned before in EUSALP. And as you say, the different colors tell you the different types of development patterns. The blue ones are the ones for industrial development, going from the very light blue to the dark blue, according to whether you have a traditional sector of SMEs or a traditional sector of large firms, and then moving to high tech with small SMEs and large firm high-tech sector. And then we have the green one, which calls for a natural resource pattern, and then the red one with the large capital. As you see, it's a very scattered situation. You have here the share of EUSALPs in terms of NUTS2 and of GDP. As you see, it's very well, the large city is the ones that creates more GDP. It's where the GDP is highest, 39% with respect to the other patterns. But we have a scattered situation around the area. Then the question is, which is the economic performance of these different clusters of EUSALP regions? And so we measure the competitiveness in two ways. One on GDP growth, which measures really the capacity of a region to grow or not. And the different histograms tell you the capacity of growth in the different types, groups of areas. And then on the other side, we have productivity growth, which is much more a matter of competitiveness. Productivity growth is where competitiveness lies. And if you look at the GDP growth, even if there is a difference, this difference is not statistically different. So it's not a statistically different situation in the different patterns. While, and this was something that struck us, in the productivity growth, we have the 4 types of industrial development patterns that grow statistically more than the other 3 ones. So it means that within our EUSALP, the industrial model is the most advanced and the most competitive one. But then the question is, which are the sources behind this higher competitiveness of industrial patterns? And this means that we have to look, according to us, to whether these areas have higher endowment of their strategic resources. And when I speak about strategic resource, I speak about those resources that are fundamental for the development of this type of industrial development patterns. Or if it is a matter of efficiency in the use. What came up, so first of all, we had to identify the expected strategic resources for each type of patterns. I give you an example. The high-tech large firms patterns, I expect that they have to have a high innovation capacity in order to be competitive, which is much more important than in agriculture. It's in relative terms. I'm not saying that innovation is not important for agriculture, but it's much more strategic for high-tech large firms compared to the other. And so on and so forth. For large cities, if you want to be competitive, you need accessibility. You need high-level functions. So you have to be attractive in terms of high-level functions and high-level human capital, much more than in agriculture. While agriculture needs ecological consciousness, so we need to use land in an appropriate way, and we need cultural events in the sense of being able to use land for example, to make marketing of products that are that are produced locally, and they have to be marketized in a good way. So that, and what it came out in our empirical analysis is that each of our pattern really has their strategic resource. It's endowed of its strategic resource more than the other patterns. So what we say, is that our patterns have their strategic resource. So I jump to the fact that they have their strategic resource. Then we looked at the way these resources were exploited. So we put the endowments on the rows, the efficiency is on the columns, and we find out for each resource whether they are present or not in the area. And what we found out is, interestingly enough, that in general, there is a high endowment of the strategic resources that are in reality used not in a so efficient way. So that's the first part. While, for example, tourism has a lot of cultural events, but has poor. It doesn't. It's not endowed so much of cultural events, but it uses it in an efficient way. I have to hurry up. So what we did was to link the efficiency and the endowment of these resources with competitiveness. And we looked at the way in which the presence of the efficiency and the endowment of these strategic resources is linked to higher competitiveness. So we found out that, for example, the high-tech SMEs are so competitive because they have a high endowment of their strategic resource, but also they exploit this strategic resource in a very good way. While for all other industrial patterns that are extremely competitive, this competitiveness comes only from the endowment. So they have a high endowment of their strategic resource. They can even be more competitive if they learn on how to exploit it in a better way. So there are some situations where resources are not so much efficiently used, to say it in a diplomatic way. So we decided to look at the way in which in areas where strategic resources are not exploited in their best way, the idea for us is that probably they lack complementary resources in order to be exploited in a better way. So we looked at the complementarity of resources in order to find out which complementary resources provide the best in terms of efficiency. This is how we did that, and so I arrived to some quick conclusions. For example, in the tourism development pattern, landscape is not so really efficiently used in terms of increasing productivity, but it becomes much more efficiently used if in those areas that landscape is also linked to identity feelings and local trust. So we have a merging of these two elements that make landscape much more qualified. Human capital is another resource which is important in order to use landscape in the best way. And also branding of local activities and ecological consciousness. So it means that if you have a landscape which is not really exploited, and you add these elements that I mentioned, landscape becomes much more. I say that it's finished. Well, okay, I trust you. It's a plop, a flash. Agriculture development pattern again. You have cultural events that are not so much exploited, but if you have identity feelings, natural landscape, qualified, and branding of local, that's very interesting. The denomination of origin of local products makes the use of cultural elements much more efficient, and so the agricultural development patterns becomes more efficient, and we have all of them. Then we highlighted the best practice in terms of strategic sources mentioned as before. So areas where their strategic resource is already exploited, or where there is enough complementary resources in order to make them become efficient. And this is it for the different types. And then there are possible complementary areas. Here you can look at blah, 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 blah. But the most important message is that the industrial development patterns are the most competitive ones. So EUSALP remembered for the Alps. In reality, the industrial development batteries are the most competitive ones. This competitiveness depends on abundant endowment of strategic resources, more than on their efficient use. So the low competitiveness depends on inefficient use. So this means that in terms of policies, and this is what I would like to say, that policies should not focus on new investments in key resources because they are already there. So rather on a better governance of the resources that are already present. And then that we have to strengthen a balanced development, and so put in harmony and complementarity the resources that I mentioned there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Roberta Cappello from Politecnico Milano. Really sorry for the pressure. And now I will ask Henning Kroll from Fraunhofer Institute to come here and so on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Try to put my presentation on. Oops. So again, thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. I'm very happy about for the invitation, in particular, not being an expert on macro regions myself. I mean, running the risk of losing the end of my presentation, I think I should say a few words of opening on who I am. I'm a geographer by training and an innovation researcher now. So what I do is typically to run surveys across regional governments across Europe to understand how they run innovation policy and how they've been dealing with the RIS3 strategies in particular. And I'm also practically working with those governments. I'm just coming from Bavaria, where we worked yesterday with them on the new innovation strategies. So these are the kinds of things that we look into. So I would like to talk about two things quickly connecting to Roberta's last point of governance. So how do we deal with strategies, and what is the point of a macro strategy at a time where things are fundamentally changing? And how can we improve our governance with a view to implementation? And how can we tell better stories with a view to what a strategy actually is? And I think I would like to quote an official from Brussels here who told me, well, what you can't pilot in northern Italy or southern Germany, you probably shouldn't try to pilot anywhere else. So this is probably one strength, the industrial sort of heartland that you have here within this region that you can work with. And then there was another quote in Bavaria yesterday saying, okay, we usually worry about being able to learn something in other places, but when we go to northern Italy, typically we learn something about how things can be organized in terms of governance. And in particular cases, we learned about the full potential of RIS3 that we hadn't realized ourselves. So this is probably one potential that macro regions can bring, even if in terms of governance, they're in a sense possibly a bit weaker than the standard strategies that we are seeing. So first part of my presentation will be about the long way we typically see from agendas to results to implementation. And we all know the policy cycle. We plan things, we do things, we evaluate things, and then we go back to doing things. And having done these things in practice for a few years or decades here in the audience, we all know it doesn't work that way. And why is it so? Why are these things so difficult? And I think particularly in macro regions, where we not only bring together economic spaces, but also different polities, it becomes even more complicated to actually get something on the ground working in substance. I think we have to think about this in a bit more detail. And we have the standard assumptions that certainly apply. I mean, it can be corruption, it can be institutional incapacity, it can be lack of political interest. Yes, all this is out there, but it's not all. And it's probably not the things we should be most worried about here in northern Italy and in southern Germany, where we have a lot of capacities. I think the things we should be thinking about more are the logics of negotiations that we are in. It is a translation process in essence. It's not that we're simply technically implementing, we're setting up a strategy, we're drafting it, and then we're executing it. This is not how policy works, and this is not how policy works in very well-organized polities either. And these are the things that we should look into when we do things in future and when we try to set up implementation plans for particular areas of activity. For a recent paper, we've tried to structure this in three main levels. First of all, we have the level of strategic agenda setting. We need to tell a convincing story. And in the last support period, many of our stories that we've been telling in the RIS3 strategies leave room for improvement. And why is that so? Because, of course, we have to sell that story within our political environment, within administration. We also have to sell it to the population, and that isn't easy. Second, we have the level of thematic orientation. We have to decide on actual priority. This is where we had most push from the Commission to do this. So people have been doing that to an extent, but of course, then we are trying to take things away from people to give it to other people. Essentially, we have representation of interests there. We have resource fights about resources, and that is also tricky. And then the third part, and I think in macro regions, that might be one of the most tricky parts. How do we actually implement this in practice in the administration? How do we set up measures that can work in all the different countries? And technically, this can be immensely difficult. And as I mentioned, in practice, the processes that we are seeing and its results are often deficient. They are deficient in two main aspects. They are not consistent, so they are not logically consistent in the sense that they're free of contradictions, and they're not coherent. So some strategies say something completely different on strategy level than we then see on implementation level. And this is something that we have to avoid. And it is not only because of human issues. People tend to argue, well, it's because things weren't done right and there were people fighting against each other and this is why this went wrong. Well, partially yes, but partially it also is because we see actual functional challenges in the system that keep us from getting these things easily done. And there are two I would like to mention. First are path dependency, and second are translation failures. And path dependency is basically related to the point, also in politics, we are not starting on terra nulla. We're not starting in a situation where we haven't had stories before. We've had different stories, and having been in Germany yesterday discussing the things, coming from the 1990s where we said open choices are everything, and we certainly shouldn't set priorities, getting into a discourse of how we set priorities properly without that being state intervention is tricky. I think with claims it's obvious. We've been allocating money to people before, and now we're changing the allocation, so that can be tricky. And with the support measures is actually, I think, a very ambitious thing because we have working measures on the ground. Typically, we have things that work well, that people are happy with. We need a very good mandate to change those. And more often than not, that doesn't happen. And it's very difficult to effect such a change, even with a regional strategy, and I think with the macro regional strategy coming from the outside to tell the German region or Italian region, well, you should adopt that measure that is actually well accepted within the constituency. It can be tricky. And then there are translation failures, even without having the problems of things having been there before. We ourselves may not be consistent in carrying it through. I don't want to dwell on this too long here because I don't know I have too much time. I don't have too much time here. But we see this, we've done that empirically, asking people about things that happen, and they say there is resistance to change, there is competition for resources, and also then translating these things into a language that administrative agencies will understand, not a lofty strategy, but something that can actually be understood by an entrepreneur on the ground, is very tricky. And the sad picture that we are seeing is that actually all the strategies at the moment, at the level of instrumentation, we are weakest. We know about the things that Roberta has been outlining here, but actually casting this into measures that can affect change on the level with the companies and with the people working on the ground from the higher policy level down is tricky. And what we learn also, and that also relates to the argument that Roberta has been making, well, it's relatively easy to sell a good story that is not free of contradictions. That's down to administrative capacities. Am I convincing in what I'm telling? If I'm a good administration, I can typically do that. Be coherent and actually carry down my strategy to the measures on the ground into something that actually relates, that takes up the capacities, the resources that we have in the regions in a rational manner. It's more tricky. It depends on more factors. It also depends on the capacities that we actually have. Well, this was the grumpy part in a sense, so this is difficult to do. It will remain difficult to do, and we will be going there for another phase on the second round. The second, and possibly, I think, a perspective that we should see optimistic is that we're moving into transformative agendas, and gradually we're getting there. At the beginning, what we were seeing with this agenda was still very much technology related. What do we have? Okay, what we have is what we should support, strengths, do a bit of broad support, and that's where we are. That's what you see in the pictures there and the graphs. This is from our survey where people say, okay, mostly we define priorities because the Commission is asking for it, and we define them in terms of technologies, in terms of what we know we do best in the region. But what you yourself say, I think in your documents, is that we actually should be looking for different things. We should be looking for areas that provide huge potential to develop and ultimately create job and innovative fields with high growth potential. And sadly, or for the better, the world is changing at the moment. We are not in a position, if we keep doing the same things. I agree in terms of productivity. We have to see where we make best advances in productivity, but we also have to see the changing world behind it, and if we can keep making these advances in the future and in 10 years to come. So there's a second important point here. It's basically the same figure I showed before. You can see the sad realities in terms of instrumentation, that we are not really getting there. You can see the nice realities in terms of priorities, because there was political pressure behind that. And then on the left-hand side, you see the strategy. And what you see here, it's, well, I should say, 1 is good. You can see it in the colors. 5 is bad, German school notes. The strategy part is not so good. We're not telling good stories, or we're not telling the stories we should be telling in the times of system transformations. And coming here, I read about the Baden-Württemberg PM Kretschmann saying, well, we're really afraid of becoming the next Rust Belt. And it's imminent that we might become the next Rust Belt because of the automotive industry. We've been discussing Bavaria yesterday in terms of machine building. It's nice we have that capacity, but what a machine is and how a machine comes into being and the process of manufacturing in a factory is changing. And if we just keep doing what we do in terms of support policy, we may not be there where we are in a few years' time. So we have some of our traditional industries, I know, in our regions here, as Roberta nicely outlined, that are on this traditional track of, well, ossification, if you will. They're no longer able to constitute competitiveness and advances in productivity in years to come, if we leave them alone, probably because they're also SME-based. They may not have the capacity to strategically reorganize themselves. There is a way, and I think this is the positive perspective. We must allow them to rejuvenate. Theory is there forever, and there is a place for human agency. We are kind of trapped in the situation that we are in terms of context conditions, but both entrepreneurs and policymakers have a change to either renew an existing path, so we do not have to move into the situation where we become the Rust Belt. We can jump at least halfway back or completely back to start new things within new sectors, and I would kind of beg to differ. We can also do this within agriculture, at least as one component. It can be important for the regions, dependent on that. And the question is really how we deal with it, because in a sense, these new technologies that come in here, this is from my system transformation colleagues that we have in our institutes. We have a lot of new technologies coming in the energy domain, the industrial domains, pushing us to change, but also enabling us to change. And the question is how we deal with it. And put the nice pictures here. Maybe in Germany, partially we've been sleeping for too long. We've sadly political situations at the moment also in some regions that do not want to hear. I do not necessarily see this here in this area. This area has the benefit of either already being actively dealing with these challenges or maybe having to wake up, but once woken up, having the capacity. That I think was what we are doing at Baden-Württemberg at the moment. And in a sense, we have to have strategies to find a new balance and a new equilibrium in a changing world, and to pilot and drive solutions to address foreseeable changes. And yes, it is a challenge that the societal needs and the industrial needs that we are facing no longer fit with the industry and the science as we have them at the moment. But we can also say, well, this is one of the great opportunities where industry and science can move on and be the spearhead of change, of how we can address these societal needs that we've seen, these new global needs in terms of climate change that we are seeing, that society itself will not necessarily in a self-organizing manner address. So what type of agendas do I think we need? Well, we need to develop a vision where we want to stand in this ongoing process of societal and economic transformation. Everybody has a different place there. Either, I mean, in the Alpine space, you have obvious environmental issues very directly, and glaciers melting. So how do we deal with that? How do we deal with the situation that certain types of tourism in Austria may no longer be possible in 10 years' time? So there's a very direct impact there. And there's probably also something that you can profitably contribute to solving larger challenges in the energy, for example, or the digital domain. There are companies here in Lombardy, there are companies in Emilia-Romagna, there are companies in Germany who can contribute there and to organize these capacities among the network of the strong in that region and that macro region and this industrial heartland, if you will, as it were, that would be very useful. We need to re-evaluate our existing strength. I mean, we have this part of the strategies in the beginning where we do this assessment of capacities that we have. It's very important to see where we are strong now, but I think we also need the time dimension and to make this assessment in what we are strong now. Will that still matter in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time? And it is difficult to make this assessment. We probably have to focus because we can't do it cross-cutting for every county in the large Alpine space. But when it comes to key topics, I think we have to have this time dimension. And we don't necessarily need the big missions. I think I am about to close. The big missions are for the European level. The big missions are for the national level. But we need to challenge orientation. We need to understand what our contribution is, and we need to tell this better story that comes before our priorities. Because otherwise our priorities are in a sense just priorities, are just legitimized by fights for resources and in the end not very useful. We need a strategy that is not only, that is implemented. I made this point in the beginning, of course, we need to carry it through, but we also need to put it on a solid perspective foundation. And it gets complicated. We try to do this. It's completely illegal now, but I think maybe the errors are readable. What we try to do in Germany is this double approach at the moment, that we try to understand what are the driving technologies. Empirically, we look into this with many different types of analysis in the regions. What are the supporting industries that are currently supporting the region in terms of GDP and productivity that will have to change? And then we have all the nice nitty-gritty topics in the middle that we could possibly leverage to come to a more successful strategy in the future. I think I have to finish. I just put this on. I think I've said most of it before anyway. So thank you very much for your attention and hope it was useful.
Thank you to Henning Kroll, and now it's time to come here for Margherita Russo. She's representing the Ministry of University and Research in AG1, and she's from University of Modena, Reggio Emilia.
Thank you for, let me introduce this presentation by saying that we are changing the level of analysis in the sense that we go back to regions and we look at all the EU regions. Why do we do this specific change? Because we were starting in the AlpGov project, in particular in the subgroup in Action Group 1, working on enhancing innovation in ecosystem. We were looking at how we could map research and innovation in the regions within the macro region. So we were thinking of mapping RIS3, but then we realized that we needed a background on which to set that mapping. So we were initially relying on some available studies on regional benchmarking. But to some extent, I will not detail the explanation, but to some extent we were unsatisfied with that benchmarking. So we started from scratch a new idea of working an analytical comparison of all the socioeconomic conditions across the EU regions, just to set the specific case of EUSALP within Europe. So in my presentation, I don't know what you can, how can go. Okay, I found the error. Now, two specific research questions. First of all, we start with the macro region, and we wanted to address the research and innovation mapping. And I will skip rapidly to the two specific questions that we addressed in our analysis. The idea is how can we frame the comparison among RIS3 to learn from other regions? So in which way? And this will definitely be presented in the second session. and how we can learn from other regions with regard to the synergies and complementarities that Roberta was stressing in her presentation. So the idea within the project was to set a series of tools to highlight regional heterogeneity and to categorize RIS3 priorities. In this multidimensional perspective, we think that we can start measuring and monitoring the impact of integrated investments that are importantly driven by policies on development at macro-regional level. Now, which are the issues? I will skip, so the complementarities networks is at the core of the work by Roberta Capello and her team, so I will go directly to the issue that something must be changed to transform the macro-regional space, because we continue to discuss of macro-regions, but to some extent we have in mind one region close to the others, but not the macro-regions. So far we are hardly finding actions at macro-regional level. So that's the goal. Which are the kind of data we use? We started analysis by using NAS2 EU regions data, 31 input variables essentially on population, socioeconomic conditions, and sectoral structures with some details on divisions and some specific manufacturing industries. Now, which is the idea? To take all these bunch of variables that to some extent represent the main economic dimensions that we can consider, and to reduce the multidimensionality of those variables to a set of very specific elements, the principal components, explaining the greatest variabilities among regions. That operation of principal component analysis reduces to, in our case, to 9 main elaborated variables, the principal components, that explain 72% of total variance, and they are not related by correlated by construction, and are listed in decreasing order of importance. You see in each of the principal components combination of the variables. So we do not measure for all the group of regions agriculture, because in some cases agriculture doesn't deserve importance for that case. So the kind of selected variables are used in an explorative way by using a hierarchical cluster analysis, and in this way we can single out groups of EU regions with relatively similar socioeconomic features. This is the way in which the results are presented, just summarizing a dendrogram. So you can see that, first of all, we find 3 main macro groups of regions, which is quite reasonable: the Mediterranean traditional area, the European manufacturing regions, and the Northern Western Europe region, which is the largest group. So it's quite a reasonable return of the result is quite familiar with us, with most of us. And then we used a more detailed disaggregation of information, focusing on more detailed groups, arriving to 19 groups of regions. Now, I will skip it because I want to discuss some of the implications of this aggregation. This is our main result. So when we analyze socioeconomic conditions at European level, for regions at European level, we describe a condition that is to some extent very similar in the south. So you have Mediterranean traditional economic regions, the ones in the south, with a medium income, employment and population imbalances, manufacturing specifically with some sector of textile, or you have a low income and high density population, high unemployment, agriculture, or sparse population, or in particular in some areas, food and drinks, just to give you an idea of how to read the details of the information in the clusters. Now, let's focus on some general aggregate results in the socioeconomic comparative framework. The results provide these three main groups that have different characteristics and that present different characteristics within the main areas. These are the four macro regions and the Adriatic Union, the EUSALP, the Baltic Sea region, and the Danube region. Now, the main results with regard to the heterogeneity, in the sense that our point was, are we in an area in which the heterogeneity is extreme or is very low? So, to some extent, we have areas like macro regions, like the EUSAR, in which there is the equidistribution of different socioeconomic features. So we have effectively a variety of RIS3 as we observed in our results. And we have areas like EUSALP. Our focus is only on 24 regions because we have no information on Switzerland in this kind of analysis. And we have an area with the highest socioeconomic similarities. So we suppose that there could be synergies for RIS3 implementation. I wanted to create a bridge with the presentation Roberta was providing us, because our result is at regional level. Roberta was presenting a very important analysis at a lower level of disaggregation, at NUTS3 level. So she could provide us differences within the area that are related to what appear, broadly speaking, socioeconomic similarities, but when you enter at a lower level, goes down at a lower level of disaggregation at NUTS3 level, you can observe the patterns she was describing. So, but by and large, we can say that if we compare EUSALP with other macro-regional strategies, we observe that there are some sharp differences among the macro regions. So we consider that when we study the differences with regard to the smart specialization strategies, we can, to some extent, have this background in our understanding of where the differences are bringing the different regions and in which directions the macro regions can develop their strategies. Just few hints in the discussion on the heterogeneity, in the sense that we expect that heterogeneity will foster opportunities for learning from other regions. And in this sense, the RIS3 can be understood by contextualizing the priorities set by the regions in their socioeconomic context. To give you an example, we had this story at a previous meeting in Ljubljana. In a preliminary analysis we did on the RIS3, it emerged that Molise was having the same priorities as Vienna. Okay, Molise is not exactly comparable to Vienna, but to some extent it was extremely important to know that they had different socioeconomic conditions, okay? Because to some extent the potential of Vienna in the same areas that were mentioned by Molise could have a different impact in Vienna and in Molise. So we had to consider that socioeconomic conditions matter in supporting the development of priorities. And this was the reason why we were focusing on these aspects. The issue of complementarities is extremly important, because otherwise we build at macro region a strategy that is just one piled up the other. No, complementarities work to create more than the addition of the sum of all the different priorities. And the fact that we observe heterogeneity within Europe, it's well known, and it is the reason why more place-sensitive policies were advocated at many levels. Now, some implications in terms of methods and tools. Definitely, we have to consider that, for example, in our analysis, we decided that we could admit to have clusters of regions made just one region. Because if you have regions in Europe that are quite unique, it's very difficult to find a region comparable to London or to Luxembourg. They are so unique that you can't find similar regions in Europe. Okay, we'll compare those regions with other regions in the world, okay? And so we decided to set the parameters of our cluster analysis not just to include, because we didn't want to have small clusters. If the variety of cases is that we cannot simply hide in bigger clusters. Another point, and I'm going to the conclusion, is that all this effort, incredible effort of producing a comparative analysis was producing an elaboration of Eurostat information, and we produced the analysis with the principal components and cluster analysis or multidimensional analysis on those pieces of information that we share now as a new database that we can compare, integrate, confront, disaggregate, and use for other elaborations. So we were capitalizing on Eurostat data, but we wanted to share the results of the ALCOV project with other researchers, policymakers, whoever wants to use our information. And it is that all this information are strictly relevant when we'll consider in the second session the presentation on RIS3 categorization. To conclude, we are proposing, as a mind-setting, I would say, a multidimensional perspective. And in the Roberta presentation, in Henning's presentation, this is the perspective that we have to consider when we want to address the challenges that are faced by macro regions and regions within each of the macro region. But when we wanted to push further the implementation of RIS3, we need to enter in the specific projects that regions have proposed, because only at that level we can really understand what can be done together. And another point is that designing a more integrated territorial strategies has to some extent cope with what regions are and what they intended to be, okay? And in this opportunity that the European Union provided all European citizens who have macro-regional strategies, we have an opportunity of designing a completely different action in Europe, because we have no longer just national policies. We have not only regional policies, we have the possibility of inventing something. Now, after 3 years working in this, participating in this action group, we have been always in the mood of acting, okay? And before acting, we need knowledge, and we need shared knowledge. But now it's time to act, because 3 years have been spent in part by studying a lot, and we have done a lot of work, but now we need how we can produce something that effectively will change the condition of this macro region. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Margherita Russo. Now it's time for Kadri Ukrainsky to come here.
Yes. If someone would help me to restore the... Yeah? It seems okay. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Thank you. My name is Kadri Ukrainsky, and I'm coming from Tartu University, Estonia. And I'm very happy for this opportunity to present here my story. And my story this time is about Baltic Science Network's commissioned research on Baltic Sea region. And as Margherita already pictured us, what is Baltic Sea region all about? It consists of very diverse countries, Denmark, Sweden, Finland being the main contributors to its R&D expenditures, but also some German Länder, Hamburg and Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Schleswig-Holstein are perhaps comparable in its R&D investments to size of Poland. And of course, then there are the rest very small countries in terms of R&D, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. So this is basically the region. You see that it is consisting of countries with very diverse development levels. And to us, the question was posed, what or how can we make the researchers in these countries to work more together to achieve a kind of macro-regional kind of joint view or strategy, or capitalize more on our complementarities. So what we did do is we chose to answer to this question a kind of bottom-up approach. We did ask different agents who cooperate within Baltic Sea region, but also more widely in EU different programs. And what we have found. Okay. It is not so obvious that the countries who are locating around the same sea are kind of viewing themselves as very eager to cooperate, you know. If you ask the maritime researchers or environmental researchers, then it's quite clear that they have common interests. But if you ask people from computer science or biotechnology, then they say, why should we cooperate around Baltic Sea? And what's the point? So it cannot be taken for granted. And we immediately saw that for this kind of macro-regional strategy to be more effective, we need to move the researchers more closer or increasing their functional proximity. So to push the researchers and firms and also public sector representatives towards joint or common interests, whether it's substantive or financial, whatever, because it's if the macro-regional interests are dominated by different domain-specific interests or nation state or EU level, then it won't work this way. The other challenge that we found is that the scenery for the agents was dominated by so many different funding opportunities and funders with their very diverse criteria and processes, etc., etc. So on the other hand, it was very good for the researchers or other individual actors because of the funding opportunities. On the other hand, it was very difficult for the Baltic Sea region to steer the cooperation. What we also identified actually was that even we have had in Horizon 2020 discussions, etc., the motivation for public sector participants to also engage themselves in this R&D cooperation, for example, in public procurement of different types or collaborations. Then what we saw actually in talking to researchers and other actors, there are still many actors who don't see themselves as subjects to international R&D cooperation, and this was mainly public sector representatives. So the universities, the industry understands that, but the public sector was quite weak. Even though the agents have recognized that the international cooperation within Horizon, but also the macro-regional cooperation has increased in recent years, they still claim that the potential they have expected has not fully realized. And especially, for example, even if we see that in some new member states, like in Estonia, my own country, the cooperation and within Horizon, for example, has gone up a lot, then they still see that we are not taking part of the core technology initiatives or core networks. So we are still remaining at the periphery with very diverse motives of participating in those projects. And perhaps the last kind of challenge for different actors was that new instruments that are available in Horizon and now become more in FP9 assume greater relational proximity, meaning the harmonization of procedures and regulations and governance mechanisms, because the incentives and rationales are quite diverse at the actor level, and this poses additional challenge for the actors. Okay, and now if we, based on those challenges, thought what should be done or what could we propose to do, then we thought mainly on two axes. First, on increasing the functional proximity, and the second, increasing the top-down coordination, driven by joint political or societal challenges. And as increasing the functional proximity in areas where already are stronger bottom-up initiatives, we thought that maybe some kind of soft steering mechanism would be rather appropriate, some kind of roadmaps or information sharing activities, or also kind of on a national level, how to train the national contacts point, etc. In order to increase the top-down impact or building together this macro region, then we of course seek for new domains or new partners or whom we want to engage in this macro regional cooperation. And there we thought about different priority setting mechanism, and because it was clear to us that Baltic Sea region joint interests are not so well communicated to the individual agents. And of course, EU could help here as well, as in some countries of Baltic Sea regions, structural funds dominate a lot in the research policy, and the rules and regulation governing these funds could be harmonized better. Also, what we thought here was a couple of new instruments, which we called also novel instruments, which novel in that sense that they have not been used in this region. They are more, we've learned about them based on some interesting examples or best practices. And if now to talk about specific instruments to increasing the functional proximity, then we thought about some softer mechanisms to get more attraction to this macro region of Baltic Sea. And at first we thought about some kind of Baltic Sea network, Baltic Science Network challenges or prizes, which could kind of bring the attraction towards this region of researchers and firms. Okay. Then we also, as many countries are very small and struggle in evaluating all this, and also my country, Estonia, is very much project-funded country, and the load of different project assessment, etc., is quite high. Then we thought that the second best funding of those Horizon grants, which could be interesting to the macro region, but have not received or awarded with the grant by European Commission could be used here. It has been used elsewhere, but not in this region. So it could be, what we thought here especially was a European Research Council grant or some SME instrument grants, which could be interesting. Then we thought that this region might need some virtual service centers providing up-to-date information about existing expertise and knowledge about different value chains. And the problem is that the information is there, but in many different places, and the it's very often not timely enough. So we propose that especially all those countries are very well familiar with different e-services, this could be developed. Also, we proposed a kind of shared service center, and this is something we thought with the cross-border rotation of the staff, that for example, national contact points could be circled around these shared service centers to learn about different procedures they have in different countries and make this more compatible this way. So it's kind of like a trainer idea behind that. And the second arrow, where we want to understand this or increase this more steering or more macro-regional challenges into the processes. Then we thought about different, let's say, grants or prizes which are driven by common joint challenges of those countries. Might they be in energy, health, environment, and they could be regionally or jointly coordinated and designed, but implemented at the national level still in the research councils. Would be easier this way. Also, for some risky and potentially high reward ideas, we have been thinking about Baltic Sea Region Breakthrough Accelerator, because many of those countries are very small, and for some risky projects, technologies, especially in some new areas like big data, cybersecurity, but also smart cities, etc. This kind of instrument would be useful. And the last one we proposed was common service areas. For example, especially again as the countries are small, if there are some feasibility studies or more applied projects of different technologies, for example, in different ICT applications or ICT tools for public sector services, etc. These kind of common service areas could be useful. So that's it. If you have any questions, then save them for later, right? Okay. Thank you.
So thank you, Kadri Ukransky. So if I can ask our discussant, Alberto Bramanti from Bocconi University, Aldo Genoa from University of Turin, and Mario Cervantes from OECD to come here at the table and start the discussion.
Thank you to the organizer, thank you to the previous speakers for their very interesting relations. I'll start saying that wide area cooperation is very complicated. And to enter in wide area cooperation, regions have to recognize each other, decide to work together, to uncover unified elements that counteract factors that might otherwise keep them distant. So we have seen just a few minutes ago that physical proximity may be a precondition, but not the ultimate reason for cooperation. Focusing on the EUSALP strategy and looking into the future, for ensuring the success of a high degree of political ownership seems necessary. But the process will only prove useful if key stakeholders participate and take full ownership of the process. And notably, at times, the national and regional level are less than present at the relevant tables. Moreover, the complex framework allows for a strategic move to pool funds. Cooperation in the Alpine region have been closely linked to Interreg programs, but these programs do not finance infrastructure investment, for example, and the macro-regional strategy could provide more sustainable support by enabling the mobilization of financial resources for the achievement of the goal, and also by bridging the gap between strategies and funding opportunities, which is still a challenge. Two additional points relate to coordination activities, which remain highly important. First, the right skills and human capital must be accumulated, and very frequently designated ministerial or regional representatives are frequently rotated with the lack of a continuity in their action. And second, the cost effectiveness of coordination activity must be ensured. And while the no new funding principle could be shared, the absence of new money is jointly a powerful incentive for efficiency and effectiveness within the macro-regional strategy, and at the same time a constraint to operational management and coordination tasks. The future of R&I, in my view, is to offer projects directly addressing the core issue of the Alpine specificities, such as climate change, biodiversity, sustainable tourism, and the implications for practitioners are far-reaching. I just want to raise 2 points. The first is good project, the second is good governance. From a sustainable point of view, a good project, in my view, is that one in which we deliver the expected results and achieve long-term objectives. We trigger permanent structural changes, thereby allowing for durable results. We redefine citizens' or clients' needs by acting also on mental maps and working on cultural dimension. We communicate in a simple, far-reaching way, so to reach, for example, younger generations. We follow a standard cycle of policy evaluation, which means the rising awareness, problem definition, option identification, policy section implementation, monitoring, evaluating, and feedback on further implementation. And we developed a strong private-public partnership as a way to enhance financial sustainability. And to close the circle, we need a governance structure that can help in achieving the mentioned future. And the 2 main points stressed by the European Commission are still a strong political commitment and a robust organization. And in my view, policy implication in terms of rule of governance in this regard include avoiding unanimity on the level of nation-state involved in EUSALP. A qualified majority is adequate for a broad number of issues. Otherwise, we can stop all the process. Second is strengthen the role of region as strategic links between fine-grained territorial action and macro-region. Region should be assured a coordination role on a rotating basis. And finally, launching peer-to-peer project evaluation which should allow for wider circulation of information, more transparent result. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. I found this presentation of paper extremely interesting. My 5 minutes, I will try to do a quick summary of the 4 papers and what I understood you have been doing the last 2-3 years. So let me phrase it like this. From these 4 papers and the documents I received, I think here we are trying to rediscuss what can be the evolution of smart specialization policies in a framework of an economic, social, technological transformation. Of course, within the geographical constraint or within the geographical definition of the EU's EUSALP region of this project. So if I think of the 4 papers, and then I will tell you what are my take-home of the 4 papers, is how do we go and develop collaborative policies? This was Marguerite was saying is the next step of this project. Probably you have to go and learn from previous policy implementation in this region and sub-region involved in this macro region. And from that learning, you might be able to develop some collaborative action. So what the 4 papers tells us, the first paper tells us what are the resources and model of governance needed to achieve economic growth and productivity growth at the regional level, at the provincial level, and that's 3, I would say, for the macro area. And I like what I think is interesting because sometimes Alpine region is possibly ski and animals, but actually this is a heavy industrial area. It's a heavy industrial area, it's a heavy urban area, and it's a natural resources area. So the take-home of that paper, I think, is that very clear identification of the 3 areas of economic activities that are core to the EUSALP area. So taking this home and linking to the second paper was very much concerned about how do we rethink policy making, how do we go a step further of S3, if you want, given the push of socio-economic environmental transformation. And it was making the point that there are some common area of activities in the EUSALP, and the policy should be developed taking into account challenges. So if we look at the macro region, we might want to identify macro regional challenges. And looking at the first paper, I actually would re-argue that the impact of transformation should be spelled out in different way according to the 3 areas identified by the first paper. Because according to the 3 areas identified to the first paper, you definitely have different impacts on socioeconomic environmental transformation. So putting together the 2 papers would allow us to look at the exogenous factor, and I call exogenous socioeconomic environmental transformation, and endogenous how to identify challenges according to the 3 areas so that could be more homogeneous within the macro region. Because this macro region, as we heard about the Baltic, yes, are artificial macro regions. If you look at this macro region, there might be a German northern east connection. If you look at Italy, and a northern west French connection, Piedmont and so on and so forth, but everything is pulled together. So the breakdown in 3 economic areas and in more better defined transformative policy areas would help to identify comparable apple peer. And actually the 3rd paper has tackled that question, how to measure heterogeneity to be able to compare at the level of the EU. So the question of the third paper is actually how do we learn from each other? And to learn from each other, first of all, we have to be able to measure each other and to compare similar things or different things, knowing that are different. So here, the natural conclusion out of this presentation is apply that methodology at the macro regional level using the data at the provincial level and try to map at the provincial level this heterogeneity on the 3 axes identified by the first paper, and then find policy challenges that are responding to the transformation challenges discussed by the third paper. So I try to integrate the three paper in the strategy for next year. Finally, lessons from the Baltic. The lessons for the Baltic is all of this is not easy. Actually, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. The Baltic example is very clear. The paper tries to answer how can we develop better cooperation to capitalize on different strengths, and comes out with a very, very long menus of possibilities, but implicitly the comment here is it's very difficult. And this is actually relatively quite simple cooperation. So working at the macro-regional level, and specifically for EUSALP, whatever you pronounce the acronym, quite difficult, to make something that is difficult possibly a bit easier, is really, I think, the three identification industrial areas. The first paper was saying that's the endowment, that's where the growth is. But the second paper tells us, pay attention, that might be there and it was in the past and it will not be in the future. And so the challenge is, yes, let's get big challenges, but let's remember that whenever you work at the macro-regional area, it's going to be difficult. And therefore, if you go down at the topic, at the specific field level, you might be able to cope with the complexity of the macro area. Thank you.
Thank you. As a way of introduction, first of all, thank the organizers for the invitation. Thank the authors for the papers, which I found very interesting. I'm Mario Cervantes from the OECD. The OECD is not an academic think tank, although we do research, we collect data. We're not a funding organization either. We don't provide funds to regions or agencies. What we do is we advise government, especially both national and regional, forward-looking challenges with regard to social and economic policy. My area is mainly innovation policy, so that's my entry point. I will say that in terms of, so we try to translate what is in the paper, what is from the academics, what it means for policymakers in terms of implementing, developing strategies, implementing actions, and then evaluating these for their impacts. What strikes me, I think, though, is that we now, I don't know how many of you work in government agencies or innovation agencies, but we have a proliferation of concepts and frameworks. And I think it's very important that as whether we're talking about knowledge triangle, quadruple helix, co-creation, smart specialization, system innovation, mission innovation again, that we try to find out what is, of course, there are useful frameworks for different actors in the innovation system. They're using them for their agendas, but there's some overlaps and there's some incoherence or inconsistency sometimes. So it's important to try to keep this in mind, that this is a framing. This is not a theory that can be empirically tested. It's a tool. So I think similarly, this regional the smart specialization and these questions of macro-regional arrangements should be seen that way. There's no predeterministic path that will get us there. So it's a lot of experimentation. So I think that's one message, is that these are policy processes where there's experimentation and we're trying to learn from one another. I thought the first paper was very good. I found it a bit conservative and a bit classical. The entry point again being productivity and growth. So we look at the regional endowments and try to determine which complementary factors to the endowment assets could leverage this to increase productivity. But I think the discussion in the following paper by Crow reminds us that the entry point maybe is not productivity, that we should maybe start with the social needs, that these social needs, whether it's the aging regions in the Alps, or it's energy challenge, or sustainable agriculture or tourism, these kinds of needs would be maybe an interesting entry point. The other point that I found missing in the first paper that I did appreciate in Crow's paper was the important role of technologies. It was in the first paper about technologies as a general purpose technologies helping productivity, but I think that it could also expand the market size and the market reach outside regions. So bringing in the digital technologies to agriculture, to tourism, to many other social problems, health, exclusion of the population, those kinds of, I think these are low-cost technologies, and I think that's a lot of potential for identifying the new entrepreneurial discovery in these regions. I thought that was an important thing. I also found that the issue of institutions was missing. There's a lot of institutions that play a role in the transfer of in shaping the complementarities for the endowments. So there's industry associations, there's agricultural extension centers. You mentioned human capital in there, but I think these other institutions are also important actors, and we have to see how they can help diffuse these technologies across the different economic sectors. There's also the question of action. Who should act? Who should coordinate? I think was mentioned before, the EUSALP does not have a government, does not have a representative in the EU. It's a construct we use in policy making in a place-based function. Very heterogeneous regions and activities, I think was pointed out by Margherita, but I think the point is that the similarities provide a space for these regions to either identify jointly new activities for actual concrete projects. So that issue of action is important there. I think that's a message from hers, is that we need action, we need the evidence on which to base and identify these actions. But Kadri also reminds us about the demand side. We focus a lot on increasing supply of knowledge, and I think my time is out pretty soon. So I think the demand side so it's not just a question of cooperation, coordination, as Professor Bermonti said, but I think of also bringing the demand across borders and across regions. So we need to link the bottom up, top down, I think was one of her points. But again, I think the question is open, these are challenging, but I think we've made some progress on the way, at least into eliminating some of the gaps and maybe finding some ways forward. So, thank you.
So, thank you very much to our discussants, Alberto Bramanti, Aldo Geuna, and Mario Cervantes. So, if any speaker would reply to anything that have been said by our discussant, or if there is any question from the audience, we have some minutes before the coffee break. Yeah, okay, I made a mistake. I speak about coffee break, so it was almost impossible. So
May I ask a question to Kadri, since she's here?
Yep.
Very close to me. We were impressed that we were... Thank you for the presentation and for comments. So we'll discuss in details and we'll enter in the discussion later in the second session. But I have a question to Kadri, because in your presentation we were puzzled by the fact that to some extent you are saying that actions are possible, and you say that cooperation, which is not spontaneous, it's not there, can be enhanced, and can be enhanced by starting to do something together. Okay, and you listed a series of speeding up bottom-up cooperation possibilities. In your experience, beyond the fantastic list and diagram, is something moving in your macro region, or is only in the slide? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm an optimist, of course, but first, this project itself, it was funded by Interreg, and it was the main actor, I think, was the Hamburg region behind that, joining all these national ministries of education and research, and also the research council behind them. This project alone is one step already. They commissioned very different kind of mapping exercises, etc., etc. So they wanted to see what kind of potential areas could there be to make things really practically happen. And what I know, they have plans to apply for very different grants in different fields to push forward some kind of activities in specific fields already. And for example, maybe one very interesting program to look is a bonus program, which is one of the regional programs getting more and more funding and being more and more popular. Initially started from the maritime industry, but now taking more and more other fields as well. So I think this kind of cooperation can work, but it's taking slow steps and it's not proceeding so quickly that we would like. Yes, so.
Perfect. So thank you very much. We have a coffee break now, thanks to our host, Ermanno Boccalari, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
So I think we'll start in 2 minutes with the second part. I think last ones are taking coffee, so get ready, we'll start in 2 minutes. So welcome back to the second session of this workshop, where we will go into further details of mapping the Alpine region. We will identify some of the key actors that are active in research and innovation in the area. We will hear about the role of smart clusters for smart specialization. And we will also hear about the classification of priorities in smart specialization. So this project will actually add to the analytical basis that we have already also covered in the first workshop part. And without being cynical and without being negative, sometimes I feel that our regions are like over-analyzed patients. And don't get me wrong, it's better that a patient is analyzed than not analyzed and treated at all. But from a policy maker, and I work in the Austrian Ministry of Education, Science and Research in the Department of International Cooperation, I have the feeling that now, after these 3 years, we're kind of ending this analytical phase and actually have enough evidence to go to this next step and say, what does this mean for policy making? What is it that we can do with this vast amount of data, with this vast amount of also conclusions that you have already drawn from all this analytical work, and that we will be able also in our working group 1 to then go into collaborations in these 7 countries and really see that this strong analytical base also then helps us to tackle the challenges we have in the regions. And what at the end we would like to have is an Alpine region where everybody likes to live, where people are happy, where they have a climate they like to work in. And whatever we can do to work together, I think we should try to do our best to achieve that. So don't get me wrong when I say we're overanalyzed, but I really then would like to take the next step forward, and maybe we can do that also in the discussions to see how we come from analysis to politics. But with that, I would actually like to ask the first presenter, Stefano Sala from the University of Milano, to take the floor and explain the Research Alps project to us. I hope you don't mind, I'll just switch. And when you see me shifting nervously, your 20 minutes are up.
Okay. Okay, so hi everyone. I'm from the University of Milan, but actually I work at the Touch Pole in Val Camonica, Edolo. So I'm going to present Research Hubs, which is a project funded by the European Union INEA Connecting Europe facility. And I'm going to present this tool that we developed in the last 2 years. That maps basically all the research facilities, laboratories, and research centers in the Alpine area, but not only, because for Germany and Italy and France, we actually map the whole countries. So I have a brief video that should be open already that introduces the project, and then I will talk about it. So let's see if it works. There is no audio, sorry. So while the audio is not working, then I'm going to speak. Già al massimo. Okay, well. So the video doesn't work, but I can send you the link afterwards. So what is Research Hub? Research Hubs was born from the need of AG1 and a basic need from the Alpine region, which was to have a unique and integrated data set, providing information to policymakers and different target groups regarding research centers, laboratories, SMEs, startups, working in the research and innovation field. So as you can see from the map, we mapped 7 countries which are included within the EUSALP region, but we also mapped the whole of Italy, France, and Germany, as I mentioned before. So what you can find, what you're able to find on the platform that is now online is what the laboratories do, where they are located, so we geo-referenced everything. Where the excellences emerge in terms of active researchers, prizes won, EU projects that are running, then the people working in a specific center, and finally the network of relations they are active in. So if basically your university of your region is working with another region, you can find everything online. So the project was led by Unimore, which is the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia. I'm from Unimont, University of Milan. Then we have 2 ministries. One is the French one, Ministry of Education and Research. And then we have MUR, a Ministry of Instruction, University and Research. And then we have a private company, Side Trade. So as I mentioned before, the idea behind Research Hubs was born to aid the Action Group 1 final goal, which is to develop an effective research and innovation ecosystem. The problem we found out, that was highlighted 2 years ago, or maybe 3 years ago, was that there was no unique data set available. So each country had different websites, different platforms, and different tools to visualize information about research centers. So the idea is to implement everything into a unique data set, which will be then imported into the platform of knowledge from EUSALP. So this is what we integrated. You can see we took basically approximately 20 different data sets. So we import data from the European level, from OpenAIR, ORCID, and GRID. And then we have national data sets. For example, Germany, we have GERIT, or Gerit, I don't know how to pronounce it. Then we have France, which has Scanar, which is actually the original idea behind research hubs comes from them, because they are the only country that have already created a unique and integrated data set for the whole regions in France. Then we have Austria, and Switzerland have different ones. Italy, they have a lot of different platforms running for thematic ones, and then Slovenia. So the resulting data set that is now freely downloadable and browsable, because this project was financed under the Open Connection, so it's all open data. You can see basically the structure of the research center, the project they're working on, and the outcomes. The dataset is available both as a JSON file, which means you can download it and reuse it freely and browse it or analyze the data, as well as we created a search application which is available on app.researchhubs.eu. So this is the current situation on the Research Hub platforms. We have mapped 100,026 resource centers, 200,057 projects, and a lot of websites and publications. So the platform, if the video was to work, basically you have different tools to browse the data. It's both on a search engine, so you can search, for example, a topic you're interested in, I don't know, like artificial intelligence, and you will find all the research centers that have artificial intelligence as a working topic. Then you can also browse through the map, so you can see where the research centers are located, and then you can filter the data by projects, by region, and by location. So this is the data by country. So of course, there are still some gaps to be filled in, such as the private and public type of entity, but this depends by the regional source, because we integrate different data sets. We do not create new data, but we basically take different data sets and integrate them in a unique one. So as you can see, for example, in Austria, we have the 46% of the labs available on the platform is public. The other 54% is not available. So we don't know if they're private or public. This is different, for example, for France, which has done already a great job with Scanar, and we know almost all the information about the laboratories. Okay, so one thing I can highlight is that even smaller countries sometimes are not really willing to share open data. For example, Liechtenstein, we know there are 26 labs, and of course it would be really easy for me to get all the data from the 26 labs, but they don't have a unique data set, and they don't want to share with European projects. So, so as I was mentioning, through the platform you can visualize the project. The project's research center carries on based on tags we get from their website. So here is an example for an Italian map. So you can see, like, this is the main topics the research centers focus on. So you can also browse these tags as well, or keywords. And then you also, under the project page, you can see the hierarchy of the structure. So, for example, I work in Edolo, which is still under the University of Milan, but you can see the whole hierarchy of an institution if it has different research centers in your territory. So the project will end this month, so in 5 days. But we already achieved a lot of results. So our data set has been imported in the European data portal, which means that it's freely usable by European users, and it has been included within the best practices of the Interreg Europe Policy Learning Platform as a best practice to be carried on and implemented by other countries as well, and macro-regional strategies as well. So I'm already at the conclusions. It's not But yeah, the Research Hubs has released an open integrated dataset that describes the laboratories, research centers, and the innovation and development centers. And you can find at the following link, app.researchhubs.eu, the search platform, and you can browse the data, download it, and reuse it freely. The idea under it was that most of the time policymakers and end users, when they're writing policies, they don't actually know what's available on their territory. So with this app, you are able to visualize which laboratories and research centers are working, which startups, how many startups are they working on your territory or in your region or in your area. And this we thought was a vital information for macro-regional strategies and territorial development. Okay.
I think the technician is working on your movie sound so that you might be able to.
Meanwhile, the question, publications for which sources?
It's mostly European. Let's see.
I think the publications are from OpenAir.
Yeah, mostly from OpenAir.
Okay, while there is still technical work going on, I'll also have two questions. One is, once the project is finished, and this is a problem I think we often have, is how will it be still updated? I mean, now we have this wonderful compilation, but how is it updated? How can new databases be integrated? I know, for example, that for Austria, it's nice to have the FWF, but I also know we have a very specific database on research infrastructures that has 1,200 research infrastructures in it with a description and how you can get access to it. So the question is, how can you integrate new information?
Okay. So I will answer. First of all, we integrated data sets that we were allowed to integrate. So this is a huge limit in terms of when we don't have the support from the ministries or national countries, we can't import data if we are not allowed to. So this is a huge question of in terms of open data development in Europe. I think all the countries have to move towards this. So sharing and freely sharing data they have. Instead of keeping it to a national level. So in terms of the platform, it will run until December 2019. It will be automatically updated. That was the goal of the app, that it will import automatically the data from the data sets, data sources we integrate. But yeah, then we don't know how it will be how it will be, if it will run past that date. Theoretically, since it's meant to be a tool both for EUSALP and as well as national policymakers, it should be adopted by different countries. The problem is that sometimes when it comes to cooperation, we're not at the level yet to implement an international tool, but rather different countries want their own and not share the data with everyone. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, if anyone has any idea or want to, the code and everything that was developed is free to use. So it's not really hard to be implemented by different countries. Funziona? Ah, sì. Sì, in caso.
We strongly suggest you to watch the video online.
Yeah,
Because it is online,
we can send the video out.
easily browsable.
It's on YouTube, so we can send the link and you can watch it at home. Niente.
Okay, I think we will then have again another round of questions after all three presentations, so thank you very much. And I'll kindly ask our second speaker, Mr. Michael Keller from the University of Applied Sciences and Arts, Western Switzerland of Freiburg. And he was part of the project S3 for Alp clusters, where actually the role of smart clusters for smart specialization was discussed, and we will be happy to hear from your project results. As I understand, your project is already finished.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a real pleasure, and I congratulate you on this interesting event. I was announced together with my colleague Jacques Bercier on the agenda. Together we led this Interreg project S3 for Alp clusters. Jacques could unfortunately not make it. The positive thing about that is that the organizers will only have to cover once the travel expenses, which might be seen as very positive, given that we're citizens of a non-European Union country, and with the troublesome relationships that we have at the moment, this might be seen as positive. The negative thing is that Jacques is normally my life insurance for the length of my presentations, because he controls what I'm saying. And therefore, I fear that it's going to be a little bit too long. So I would kindly ask you to excuse me if I rush a little bit through the middle slides and try to emphasize the points that I really think are important in the presentation. So I thought, why not start the presentation with a chicken for once? You all know what this is. You all know what this can be used for. You can keep it as a pet. You can kill it and eat the whole of it. You can keep it and only eat the eggs. What you probably don't know is that the region where we're from, the canton of Fribourg in Switzerland, is one of the biggest producers of poultry in Switzerland. And what you probably don't know either is that we have a cluster initiative in our region that represents this strength of our region, which is the cluster food and nutrition. You all know what this is, some kind of plastic packaging material. What you don't know probably is that we have a lot of companies in our region of Fribourg that are active in producing classical traditional packaging materials, and we also have a cluster reflecting this kind of capacity, this kind of strength, which is called the Swiss Plastics Clusters, with its headquarters in Fribourg. What those of you might know who have some kind of technical knowledge is that you can actually use the chicken for something else than for its eggs and its meat. You can actually use co-products of the production of meat or eggs to produce plastic materials. Okay, bio-based plastic materials. So some of you might know this. Even if you know this, you are certainly unaware of the fact that during the last 2 years, our region, the region of Fribourg, saw the development of very concrete research projects, innovation projects, and collaboration networks to try to transform the existing poultry industry and the meat industry in a broader sense, and the existing traditional packaging and plastics industry by combining the two, tapping into an opportunity and use the one to produce bio-based inputs for packaging materials of the plastics industry. So this is something that has been happening during the 2 last years in our region of Fribourg. You might say this is nothing else than the normal, positive, good example of an outcome of a smart specialization strategy. Yes and no, because the fact is that the canton of Fribourg, as all regions in Switzerland, the concept of smart specialization strategies is absent from our policies. We don't have that. Switzerland is a country, we don't like to have policies like that in general terms. So there's no cluster policy, there's no smart specialization policy. It's always no if we want to introduce something like that. But even if this is not given this kind of policy level, we could do it in our regions. And how could we do it in our regions? We used the clusters in our regions as the drivers for these kind of activities. So the drivers were not classical policy actors, not the classical policy lever, but the clusters that we had. And the second point that is a little bit special maybe is that the outcome here of this S3 process is the development of bio-based inputs for the plastics industry. This is what we call a transformative activity. And this is somehow different to what you see if you read just standard smart specialization documents and strategies that really focus a lot on these priority areas, which might be agri-food or advanced manufacturing processes, things like that, but not this kind of concrete level and level of detail, which would be the development of bio-based inputs for the plastics industries. So this concept of transformative activities is actually one of the biggest outcomes of our project. And I'm happy that I made it up to here, because if I don't have any more time, my key message would be that what smart specialization strategies in Europe should be, it should be based on the results of our projects, a process in which clusters can identify and develop transformative activities. Now, how is this new? As I said, in documents that you might read, strategy documents, there's a lot of focus on priority areas. The problem with that is that these priority areas often reflect already existing strength, rather than real opportunities for transformation. And the definition of a transformative activity here is actually to combine your existing capacities with opportunities for transformations to define these transformative activities that can lead to new value chains. And this is not something that is new. This has been inherent in the smart specialization strategy theory from the start. Actually, in our project, we worked together with Dominique Fauré, who was one of the fathers of these concepts. And he told me that in his very first presentation to the European Commission, he entitled one of the sections "Transformative Activities for Smart Specialization." The problem, as with all policies at the European level, is that some things get forgotten, and other things keep on going. And this concept and this focus on the concept of transformative activities has a little bit been forgotten. And we have a new working paper together with Dominique from last year that shows you, if you're interested in more detail, how we define that. We define a transformative activity as the collection of innovation capacities and actions of a group of actors derived from an innovative combination of existing structures, targeting related areas and having the potential to significantly transform existing industries. No breakthrough, theoretical or practical, but the focus on that is crucially important if regions really want to implement their smart specialization strategies by having a real effect on their economies. So where is this all coming from? From our Interreg project S3 for Alp clusters. I will not spend too much time on this, and don't hesitate to get nervous if I'm taking too much time, please. So the base...
Sorry, you still have almost 15 minutes.
Oh, that's very good. Okay. Okay, so I can get back a step, actually. And so where is this all coming from? It's coming from an inter-regional cooperation project. And between, I already said that my key message is that S3 in Europe should focus on transformative activities, and that clusters can play a very important role in that. A third aspect that I would like to mention is that what is crucially important often in this development of transformative activities is that regions can work together. Okay, so the development of a transformative activity is often easier if you can work with someone who already has some kind of capacity that can help you to transform your existing sectors. And what we found in our project is that this is a real challenge that is still unsolved, and within our project we have not really been able to find a solution for that. And I will come back to that in our conclusions. Back to how our project started. Our project started by assuming that there is a beneficial interplay between the two concepts of smart specialization strategies and clusters. So clusters, concentration of economic activity, of related economic activity. This beneficial interplay is two-sided, as you can see. So on the one hand, clusters can be actors in the implementation of smart specialization strategies because they represent local concentrations of existing capacities, of entrepreneurial resources. They represent often cross-sector connectivity if it's clusters that are not really industrial clusters from only one industry, but that can bridge the gap between related industries. It generally reflects actors from the quadruple helix, all things that are crucial elements to use them in the implementation of smart specialization strategies. On the other hand, smart specialization can also be really important to trigger innovation within the clusters, okay? So clusters are also subject to the need of transformation if they want to survive. S3 can be the can spark this kind of transformation process, entrepreneurship and innovation within clusters. I already talked about this a little bit. This was our main hypothesis, beneficial interplay between clusters and smart specialization strategies. But the path towards implementation is really complicated. And it's complicated for these elements that we found during the empirical work that we did during the last 2 years with our project partners, studying the way how they try to implement their strategies in their regions. The first, again, so I really would like to emphasize that, is that the scope of smart specialization strategies with these priority areas in a lot of these strategy documents is too broad, okay? And there is no real focus on transformative activities, not enough focus to allow for a concrete implementation, in particular with clusters. There is a lack of need-based interregional cooperation to exploit synergy potentials and to gain critical mass. Again, often it's easier to work together for the development of such real transformative activities. And third, we see untapped opportunities for cluster initiatives in the process. In some regions, these cluster initiatives already have this kind of conception that they can be an important player in these processes, but in a lot of regions, this consciousness is not yet really developed. Okay, so these are the challenges, and these challenges represented for us within our project partnership a call for action. What is needed is some kind of easy process with tools, a systematic process and the tools to identify and develop transformative activities. Okay, something that is easy for clusters, for regions to start their collaboration in this quest to develop, identify and develop real transformative activities to implement these broad smart specialization strategies. Ultimately, this is necessary because we want to have a real impact at the business level. We want smart specialization strategies to have a real impact on innovation within clusters and their enterprises, job growth, new value chains. Okay, it should not be something that is only on paper. And in order to allow for this, we need this kind of systematic process and tools to identify and develop transformative activities. And that's why we developed the S3 innovation model, which is a collection of tools, of different steps that are exactly what we did in the canton of Fribourg, which led to this identification of the potential for the development of packaging material based on poultry outcomes, okay? And I do not want to go into detail on all the different steps here because it's really practical. So it's really something that we developed for the regions and for the clusters of the Alpine space, but also of Europe overall. And we have a website that presents for each step of this process that we foresee training tools, theoretical background materials, a general description on how this works. We have a final publication, so the project ended in April, and we published with all our project partners. Some of them are actually here. I'm very happy to see you all again. We published this book that really describes this process, very practical approach. In addition to that, we also have a publication in the Austrian what is it called? FTWAL Journal for Research and Innovation, I think. On evaluation policies, where we describe the justification and the need for this kind of new focus on transformative activities and our response through the innovation model in some more scientific terms. It's not big research, but it's a little bit more scientific than the more practical approach. So I really think it would be valuable for the upcoming discussions that you will have in your action groups and within EUSALP to take a look at what we developed, because I think it could be very valuable in the upcoming rounds of smart specialization policies in the macro regions to rely on these kind of instruments and especially to focus more on transformative activities. I don't go into detail for the different steps, just a broad overview. We start with the base of evidence. And this is why I really want to congratulate you for this event here, because we have seen a lot of projects, for example, from Stefano before, but also the research that will be presented later on the priority areas and the kind of combinations that are possible between the priority areas, the research presented by Capello et al. Earlier. All these things are incredibly important to form a good base of evidence for any of these projects and processes. After the base of evidence in our concept of the process, we go on to the formal identification of transformative activities. This is nothing else but an entrepreneurial discovery workshop, but with a clear focus on a transformative activity. Okay, so we really want to break down priority areas into something that is implementable, into something that is a real transformative activity. We have developed the workshop methodologies for this. This is then followed by a development phase, so it's not enough to identify the transformative activity, but you need to concretize that into actions that can actually be implemented. So we have an additional step here, the development, which is where we also have workshop methodologies to develop real action plans to implement these transformative activities. The details are all represented in this book. Then the implementation phase as such is nothing else but the execution of the defined actions. So you define an action plan in the development phase, you implement it with the help of clusters, and therefore we also developed some kind of cluster toolbox that shows good practice examples of how clusters can be used. And we also included an evaluation tool at the end. So for details, I really ask you to take a closer look at that, because I would like to spend a few more minutes on the conclusions, because I think this is really important. So the three challenges we identified were not enough focus on transformative activities in RIS3. The second one was cluster initiatives should be used, because we have this interplay. It's a really beneficial interplay. And the third one was that cross-regional cooperation is crucial for the development of some of these transformative activities. Now, if we take a look at where we stand after our project, for the first one, I really think that the tools and methodologies that we developed with this S3 innovation model are a very good answer to bring back transformative activities into the debate, into the RIS3 debate. We have these tools, we have training tools, methodologies. My recommendation here would be to use these tools of the S3 innovation model and to really consider transformative activities as the cornerstone of future RIS3 in Europe. So green for this one. For the clusters, orange. Some regions, they have this consciousness for clusters to use them as the drivers of the process that I described in this innovation process. Other regions, they don't have this consciousness for clusters, and they don't give these active roles to clusters. And the experience from our project is really that clusters can take over these active roles, and it's very beneficial to do so, but policy should be adapted to that, and clusters should really be assigned active roles. And the third one, this is the one that is unfortunately still in red. This cross-regional cooperation is really complicated, and what is particularly missing is a kind of synchronized funding scheme for the implementation of smart specialization strategies. So the recommendation here would be to synchronize funding for S3 implementation within the macro regions. Okay, so if regions within the macro region want to work together on concrete developments of transformative activities, it would be important that they can get the funding for that from somewhere. Okay, and on this I have a concrete conclusion or recommendation, actually, because this can be done in a lot of different ways. This can be done in a very top-down way or in a bottom-up way. And I would like to conclude here with a small historical anecdote. My project partners have heard it for a lot of times, but there's a slight twist at the end, so it's a little bit new. These were our project partners in our project. What they have in common, and this is a historical fact, is that all of them were during some point in time ruled by the House of Habsburg. Okay, so this is what these regions have in common. Our Austrian friends like this, but I have to remind all our Austrian friends and the president of this round here that the Habsburgs are originally from Switzerland and not from Austria. And not only was the first of the Habsburg coming out of the Habsburg castle in Switzerland, but the last one, that was Emperor Charles I. He returned, or his dead heart returned to the Muri Abbey, which is also in Switzerland again. So it's completely Swiss anecdote here. As a little historical fun fact here. But what is more important now for my conclusion on how to synchronize funding schemes at the level of the macro regions, what our regions also have in common is that they were all at some point part of the Holy Roman Empire, the German Empire. And what is very particular about this Alpine space, Lombardy, Switzerland, and the Swabian regions also, is that these regions were the first in Europe to develop federations of cities, for example. I teach in Castellanza at Libera Università Cattaneo, and very close to that, you have Legnano, and in Legnano you have the monument of. I hesitated to use it, but it would be mistaken as a political message if I put this Legnano battle on my slides. But what I want to say is that in these Alpine regions, we really have this tradition of federating between regions that are very, very diverse. Okay, so the success of this kind of the Swiss Confederacy would be the other example. So the first one were the Lombard cities, the cities from Lombardy, who federated against the emperor. The Swiss would be the example that was most long-living, because it still exists in this kind of form as a federation that is very decentralized. The two success factors of these kind of federations are that they that subsidiarity is very important, okay? So that if we can do something at the local level, we do it at the local level, and we only do at the next higher geographical level the things that we cannot do at our local level. The second success factors of these kind of federations that are really specific to this Alpine space is that something I would call a decentralized federation of diversity. So the reason why these federations could subsist was that they never tried to become to have a central government, for example, to do the same errors that the emperor did, but they tried to federate by keeping their diversity. And this would be what my recommendations would be in this quest for future RIS3 policy in the Alpine space. I don't think it's a good idea to synchronize the content. So the role of the macro region should actually not be to define something like a common Alpine smart specialization strategy. What should be synchronized is the mechanism, some kind of federation for the mechanism, the identification and development of transformative activities, to give this kind of mechanism how this should be implemented to the regions, to implement that together, and to synchronize its funding, to have a synchronized funding scheme for the development of concrete transformative activities without influencing on the content necessarily. No common smart specialization strategy for the Alpine space, but synchronized mechanism and synchronized funding for this, with a clear focus on transformative activities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You almost kept your time. While we set up the third computer, you could take one question if you want to. Yeah, I have one specific question that you could take while the computer is hooked up. So.
Thank you for the very inspiring presentation. This question of transformative activities is the same in the way of how do you anticipate what you don't know. I mean, a lot of the bio-based plastics have been going on for a long time in this region. It's not transformative because the cluster decided to animate this now, and it's happening before. So how do you use this to discover what's not already happening? Because you criticize the other approach by focusing on existing capabilities, but yet the bioplastics have been going on.
Yeah, I think it's a complicated question, because if it would be easy, everyone would already be doing it. So how can you how can you foresee these kind of developments? And I think the way to answer that, and if you take a look at the more detailed way how we try to implement these methodologies, is that you really need to include that at the step of the base of evidence for this entrepreneurial discovery process. So we did these workshops in the regions where we tried to have a base of evidence both for what are already existing strengths, but also for what are trends, what could be the future of relevance for these existing strengths. And then we tried to really reflect that in solid studies. So we had people working on different challenges and the trends that are around for the capacities of given regions, documenting that, distributing that to the members to the participants of these entrepreneurial discovery workshops, and then we were discussing this with the people that are actually representing the different strong economic sectors of the regions. So I think part of the answer is that we need tools to reflect that kind of forward-looking mechanism in a solid base of evidence, and I have a lot of hope if I see what people here are doing, and I think that probably the next presentation will also be at least cover an aspect of how these developments can be better anticipated. If I only studied it a little bit yesterday, but we will hear more about it now.
Yeah, so I can keep my introduction really short, and I'll ask Mr. Pascal Pavone to please go into depth about the classification of priorities that you have done and how you have done it. And then we might also see if there is a contradiction to what we have heard about not synchronizing content and then focusing, in this case, very much on content.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Pasquale Pavone. Well, as I said, I'm going to present the results of the automatic analysis on the RIS3 priorities. And building on automatic text analysis, we have defined a tool, an interactive tool that supports comparative analysis at regional level. But before to start, in this slide, I show you the results of the socioeconomic classification carried out with Francesco Pagliacci and presented by Margherita, and carried out with Francesco Pagliacci, Margherita, and Anna Giorgi, and presented by Professor Margherita Russo. In the map, here you can visualize the different classifications, socioeconomic classifications at the 3 different levels and 3, 9, and 19 groups. Using this filter, you can focus on a macro region, for example, EUSALP, and show the detailed in 19 cluster socio-economic classification, or only the just one classification of the 19 present. Okay, sorry, I have to go up. But well, referring to the work that I'm. No, I'm not sure.
Now we have sound and we don't know where it's coming from.
It's not me. Dov'è là? Professore, come funziona? È arrivato? Funziona. Ma prima, non so. Prima si vedeva. Sì. Okay. Well, about our analysis, the aims consist in a systematic and comparative analysis of the RIS3 priorities across the European Union region. by using the automatic text analysis of the priority with an expert interpretation of the results. The data that we used are available in the JRC dataset, available at this link, the webpage A at RIS3. We used the download of the dataset made in 1st October 2018, and the information consists in records defined because every record is entered in the database by the region, the region that define the priority using a free text description and codes referring to 3 macro groups of domains: economic domain, scientific domain, and policy objective. In the map here, in the bar chart, there are the list of regions that define different numbers of priority, because a region could be defined one or more different priorities. So we have the list of the Region Wallon, we define just one priority, 2 priority, all this region. The most group is composed by 5 priorities, almost 40 region. This is the list, and in the map we can visualize this information directly in the map, or using this tool that allow us to show the region that has defined most than 7 to 15, or we can play with this tool. Okay. Well, methods used. We define 2 different corpora. A description corpus with free text, and a corpus of codes. The dataset is composed by 1,225 records referred to 206 territorial entities, not region, because there are different NUTS level, NUTS 0, 1, 2, and 3. Then the lexical textual analysis allow us to identify the lexical unit, especially for the description corpus, because for the code corpus we used all the codes available. Then by the definition of matrices, records by lexical unit, and analyzing these matrices with correspondence analysis, factor analysis, which is an explorative method that synthesizes the complexity of information present in the corpus through the definition of factors that represent the latent dimension of meaning in the corpus. On the results of the factor analysis, correspondence analysis, we performed a cluster analysis to create a classification of topics and the categorization of these records. And then it was possible to associate these categories of the records to the region, and obtaining in this way a multi-categorization of the regions. Okay. Well, here there are the first result of the correspondence analysis. There are the distribution of in the corpus description, the distribution of the 1,220 records. There are 5 less the database, because Galicia region and Spain defined 15 priorities, 15 records, but for 5 of these without text description. The dot represent the different records. You can visualize what was the free text description. Again, perché? C'è un boycott. You can look at other three screen, not this one. And the size of the dot, I don't know. Yeah. The size of dot is based on the relative weight of the record in the size of the text, no, of the document in the corpus. Little dot is a short description. Big dot, largest description of this priority. Two records are close in the factorial plane because they have the same lexicon, okay? They use the same words to explain the priority. So the next factorial plane is this distribution of the words, right? Two words are close in the factorial plane because they are present in the same documents. In this case, the size of dot is based on the relative frequency in the corpus. We have selected 773 lexical units based on their part of speech tagging. So we selected only nouns, adjectives, and verbs. That correspond, here in the bar chart you have you can compare, no, the size of the other different words. There are stop words and apex, which are terms that occurs just once in the corpus. But in terms of dimension, in terms of total occurrences, these 700 different words represent the big part of the document. Here in the bar chart, you can visualize the lexical unit selected, technology, system, development, and so on, and the multi-word expression, this MWE mean multi-word expression, so the words composed by different words: new technology, smart city, life science, new material, and so on. Then the factor analysis performed on these results enable us to classify these records through the analysis of the dendrogram, so visualizing this structure of the information present in the corpus. We obtaining 4 macro groups and 19 detailed semantic groups, right, of documents. We can focus just on one, for example, detailed group or macro group, and which are the latent meaning that represented in the factors. Well, the first factor polarize from left to right the production of services with respect to the production and transport of goods and energy. Indeed, the second factor, polarized document, polarize the document that represent priorities about health and leisure industry, new economy. Okay. Well, this is you can always visualize what is the text description, the country, the classification associated, and the next factor plane, there are the visualization of the characteristics, which are the dictionary of each group of records. So health, life science, you can visualize the words that define this field, this category, this topic, right? health aging, health, or diagnosis, and so on. Well, okay. Well, the same analysis was carried out on the corpus codes. In this case, we have the distribution of the records in terms of codes, choosing a little dots, because, sì, scompare, ma lui è rimasto, no, c'è, ok. So the country Friesland defined the priority using these codes: education, social innovation. It was classified. Lo vediamo. We can see in the next slide. At the same, there are the distribution of codes. And with the cluster analysis, we are able to classify the records in 5 macrogroups, in this case, and 11 detailed groups of records based on their similarity in terms of codes used. In all these cases, you can visualize the information, which was the codes used, and the categories obtained by the cluster analysis. This is the characteristic codes. At the same, we obtained that the first factor polarized the information referred to production of services, and the left part of the factorial plan with respect to production of goods and infrastructures. And the second factor polarized information of the records respect health versus new economy. So. 5 minutes, okay. Using this classification on records, it was possible associate these multi-categories at the different regions. So using a cross-tabulation, it's possible have a detail of the classification, no? The cross-tabulation reveals a coherence attribution between the two different classification codes in rows and categorization in terms of description in columns, but not only, we can observe the detailed, for example, in these cases, there are not health life science obtained by codes and health life science obtained by the analysis of description, more information, because we can cross and obtain it, for example, Tyrol region, that in this priority has description, and they have description the health life science using codes, and we can, it's a little bit difficult to view exactly. And new economy, leisure industry, tourism, in particular, for the same priority, because they talk about wellness and tourism develop and adapt tourism offer to change, and so on, okay? The same cross-tabulation, the same instrument of cross-tabulation, we can use to compare with the results of the codes priorities with respect in blue in column the results of the socioeconomic classification. Obviously, we can use always these filters. At present, really, it's active a filter only on bioeconomy and blue economy and energy. That is composed by these three different detailed groups. If we want to focus only on EUSALP, here, we can observe the results of the classification that in this case for EUSALP there are only bioeconomy and energy production because there are not priorities on the blue economy, obviously. And tiro mi control. I don't know. Sono un po' bloccato, sorry. And well,
I'm sorry, we are out of money.
Yeah.
And you've got 2 more minutes.
Yes. Okay. Well, this is the background references. This presentation that is actually a tool is available online. You can search based on your specific interest. And no, sorry, I can finish with that. Okay.
Thank you very much. We have actually foreseen 2 discussants. I know one of them I have not spotted, the other one I don't know, but I would like to ask Mrs. Michaela Gensheimer. Okay, so basically we don't have any discussants, which means that we have half an hour for questions from the audience, and I'd like to ask my 3 speakers to maybe join me. Sorry that you have to. No, you please join me again, all the 3 speakers, and then you're there for questions from the audience.
One discussant, which is not the one supposed, but a colleague from the bank.
Well, I will be happy to move and give you my table. So no, go ahead. No, go ahead and. You are probably able to self-organize yourself.
Yes. So who's starting? Yeah, I could. So first of all, introduce myself. So my name is Esa Kokkonen, coming from the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region and policy area innovation. I'm one of the coordinators of this policy area. We have actually 3 coordinators. So also Ministry of Communications and Economy in Estonia, and then Polish Ministry of Science and Education. And the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. So we are the first macro-regional strategy, and it's already 10 years of implementation. And we just celebrated the 10th anniversary in our annual forum a couple of weeks ago in Gdansk, in Poland. And now we are revising our action plan, so it's a high time for that. We had already a revision process 5 years ago, but now another one is ongoing. So things are changing, and the new opportunities emerging, and the region is developing. So there's a need for also some adjustments in our macro-regional strategy, and this is now currently ongoing, and this is very relevant and interesting for policy area innovation, especially as Baltic Sea region has been really active. Of course, in basically any area of society and economy, there is some forms of cooperation in the Baltic Sea region, and it has been also, we have been criticized that there are too many organizations and too many networks and projects, and that's why the strategy was really needed. we didn't have the common strategy. There were overlaps and there was limited impact of the projects and organizations and networks with the limited capacities and resources. But now, because of the macro-regional strategy, we have a common strategy now, and the activities have much more impact now. It's better coordinated. And anyway, we are mainly an EU region now, so that's of course, we are collaborating with our external partners as well, Russia, Norway, Belarus, Iceland, but of course it's mainly EU collaboration. But we are small countries mainly, young EU countries mainly, peripheral countries, and there's a heterogeneity as was discussed here, and that is very visible in our smart specialization strategies as well. But the heterogeneity and managing that and even utilizing that is actually key source or element of why Baltic Sea cooperation is needed. There's a lot a need for cross regional exchange and learning and helping the catching up regions and especially solving our challenges, geography related, climate related, accessibility related challenges, and but we are very kind of integrated, and we are doing business together. We are investing within the region, but we are young and still learning what comes to really connecting better to European networks, and that I fully agree with our Estonian colleague here, and that there's a lot to learn and also to develop in the EUS BSR. What comes to how well are we able to connect in R&D to European networks and the related funding, and this is something that we would need in the future increasingly, is that we would need to open more Europe-wide and also look at your macro regions and other macro regions and utilize this macro-regional collaboration framework for European-wide network. We are a great platform and facilitator of stronger alliances between small regions and countries in the Baltic Sea region. But and then through macro-regional exchange and learning, we could really also find opportunities in smart specialization and in other forms of interregional collaboration. But just about the session here and the presentations, excellent presentations in this afternoon session. First of all, from Stefano Sala and this Research Alps project, this very excellent case on utilization of open data, and this is we have the new asset and resource for macro-regional collaboration and smart specialization in open data, and of course we should utilize it very, very effectively. First, to understand where are we, what are our assets, and how are we, if we want to open our R&D infra and services to be utilized also across borders, that we are also piloting and developing a lot in the region. We need to have a kind of a situation picture first, and I'm really impressed about the service that you have developed here, and this is something that we would be very happy to also benchmark in the Baltic Sea region. And this is a core of the smart specialization, to really use your resources and assets smartly and avoid overlapping innovation investments. And if we are make it visible, and if you visualize our innovation assets like you are doing in your service, that's a core thing really needed. We have some very interesting related pilots, for example, in circular economy, our region where we are based. We are based in Tampere region. It's a kind of a second region, a second city of Finland after Helsinki industrial region, and focusing as many other regions now on circular economy. We have very interesting kind of an ecosystem management tool, especially focusing in the first phase in circular economy, how we are really utilizing the open data and enabling the regional innovation policymakers to really see where the region is what comes to circular economy, who are the key players, what kind of investments is being done and business, and how the region, what kind of results the region gets through its innovation investments. Very interesting case that we developed in one EUS BSR flagship project. Similarly, Lithuanians have been developing e-science gateway, a transnational service for universities, R&D services and infra, so that helping to kind of make it kind of visible and kind of a marketplace for universities to provide their R&D services. But this is, I'm very, very impressed about the case presented here. Then about the clusters and smart specialization, very important topic. Of clusters in the Baltic Sea region are one of the key stakeholders and drivers of smart specialization in the practical level, in implementation. And actually, I guess in all Europe, it's still in the first phase of smart specialization. Smart specialization equals to cluster policies. For example, in Finland, smart specialization was a bit difficult actually in the beginning because we had our very strong cluster policies for 20 years, from 1996 to 2016. And basically, then we ditched the clusters. So Finland is not talking about clusters anymore. But clusters are still there as a kind of a key actors. When you go to the specific topics in blue growth, in different maritime industry topics, in health, actually it's cluster organizations who then have helped the regions to bring smart specialization closer to the business and their needs. And many projects, most kind of concrete cases, are the ones where actually cluster organizations are the drivers. And really interesting, this transformative activities focus that Mr. Keller presented. This is very, very important. Now, when we are revising our strategy, we are increasingly focusing on the impact and longer-term impact and change. And we are now quite happy for the first phase of smart specialization. We know our assets. We've been developing good strategies. Now we need to be able to make a change and also kind of go to the new domains and new topics and especially solve our challenges and challenge-based innovations that I liked also very much from the earlier session today, from the German presentation, that how he emphasized the challenge-driven approach to smart specialization. Then the last presentation about the categories and the providing common language and this tool as a tool to interpret the current state of diversification across regions. Very important that smart specialization, first of all, it has been a very welcome instrument for Baltic Sea region, for example, and throughout Europe, I'm sure, that finally we are talking the same language more when we are talking and planning cooperation in regional innovation policies. Earlier, the approaches were very different. Now there's a common kind of a policy framework and approach, and that has been very important for our region as well. So, and with this kind of a service that and about the classification and the opportunities to compare and between the regions and see where your region is also in the core of the smart specialization, that understanding your own regional assets and strongholds and against others. And of course, the goal is in our region and Baltic Sea region to really go to the next wave of smart specialization in the future, meaning interregional implementation of your strategies. That's where we should go, and this is something that we are actively now developing. We have a special platform project for a number of highly successful smart specialization projects. Now we are scaling up their results and putting them together, inviting other regions to join, and hopefully also making sure that the regions are using their own assets, their own structural funds, and their own regional and also national instruments for interregional collaboration, and hopefully increasingly together with your macro region and other macro regions. So we need to open up, and that's what I very much agree with our Estonian partner here, that we are still a bit peripheral part of Europe. There's some very, very attractive assets we have, but we believe that macro-regional cooperation and exchange also between your region here is something that through which we should develop our region and make us more visible and attractive in the future. We have been very happy ourselves to work with Lombardy in one good smart specialization network, Vanguard network that you know, and Lombardy is one of the leading regions, and we're happy that there are many also Baltic Sea region sub-regions involved in Vanguard, and that has been a great opportunity for our regions to connect to new value chains and European networks on industrial innovations. And that's a good example of already existing kind of a interregional smart specialization Europe-wide, where also Baltic Sea region is actively involved. But this is my comments, and thanks a lot for the invitation and for great presentations in the afternoon session and earlier, and really we are very interested and open for any collaboration between Alpine region and Baltic Sea region, and take that into consideration also in our revised action plan that we are now finalizing by the end of this year.
Some comments, and since it seems, does it work? Okay, I have some comments, and I think that this time of the day in which we are starting the discussion, we can make clear the aims that we had in mind with this workshop in Action Group 1, in the sense that it is clear that we wanted to go forward from the Roman Empire towards the macro regions that we are building in Europe. And in the sense, I will start from your last intervention. We are extremely grateful of the fact that you have accepted to come here to bring your experience and your research results, because the future of the macro region here of EUSALP is not just in isolation within Europe. It is built on your effort, on our effort, on the effort of our region. And I think that there is a critical issue that was stressed by some of the discussants. It is that the political commitment is a crucial component of this challenge. Either we have a political commitment, or we are simply studying, saying, hoping, looking forward without the possibility of doing things. And so I think that today we have a chance, under the Lombardy presidency, to discuss about the political commitment, in the sense that we can strongly support, and I speak on behalf of the ministry, we can strongly support with knowledge, with actions on the part of the ministry, the possibilities of the development of actions within the macro regions. But we need a coordination that must orient effectively the activities. And I will bring the lesson learned from Kadri, because she was outlining some actions, common actions, that to some extent bring together regions in doing something together, okay? Otherwise, we'll discuss in general on the potential, on the challenges, on the limitations of actions. But if we don't start defining 3 things, let's do those 3 things. And another point with regard to clusters. Okay, I like this idea that there is a revision on the perspective on smart specialization strategies, and I appreciate that Dominique Fauré recognizes that when he was saying smart specialization strategy, he had in mind the transformative activities, but nobody noticed that in the documents. I think that we are in a critical mood in which researchers, thinkers, provide new ideas, and they become in a mesh of the European documents, indications, guidelines that orient the policies. And then we have the research smart specialization strategy without the transformative activity that was a pillar of that notion. And many regions, you know perfectly, had to write the smart specialization strategy. You know why? Because it was an ex-ante conditionality. Either they defined the strategy, or they couldn't have access to funds. So we have to think of these conditions, because in the future probably something has to change. Shall we keep the ex-ante conditionality in the future? For which kind of policy? for which kind of coordination among regions. And go to the other point, funding. Oh, I like the coordination of funding, but first of all, I like funding in the sense that we have a macro region with no funds. There are no funds that can be applied for activities. So it's a macro region in which we say, well, we should have a coordination of funding, but there are no funds for the activities. Well, there are the Interreg programs, but as it has been reminded us, the Interreg programs do not build infrastructure. The Interreg programs so far has produced the opportunities of action to do something together. But each of the regions had to provide the infrastructure. But coordinating and building common infrastructure means to make decisions at a different level. I don't know if it is a national level, European level. You have to tell me. I'm not the political level in this discussion. I represent the MIR, but in this sense, my question is from the side of the action group and the research that we conducted there. So if we speak about actions without funds, it's something very critical. Because actions implemented by regions with a political commitment of doing something together needs funds. Where are these funds from? Okay? They are not on the table from macro regions. They must be defined as a common agreement among regions. So I conclude with data. Okay? We have, at the end of our 3 years experience in EUSALP, a lot of very robust information. The set of tools that we have implemented, the information that have been elaborated in the models by Roberta Capello and her team, the many other activities that has been implemented with S3 for Alps, that produces methods, outlines, possibilities of doing things. We have what we need, okay? We can share all those tools, we can capitalize on them, we can build new proposals, but now we have no excuse, how do you say? We cannot hide behind the fact that we don't know. Now we have absolutely to take decisions that, in this case, I ask you, what happens when in your model you have no clusters? Because we start in a country, my country, Italy, in which we have a long tradition of analyzing local development. We are the country that since the 70s was discussing about industrial districts, I remind you, and the place-based policies were to some extent grounded on that notion. But we are aware from the experience in our country that you have no clusters everywhere, and some clusters are so weak that a crucial point to support their strength and their future. So in your model, what happens when you don't have clusters?
Thank you very much. I have a few points. I'm very happy about your enthusiasm on these points, and I really think it's absolutely crucial that we discuss the raised issues here about data, about policies, about clusters, and so forth. But the two most important things I would like to comment on, first, the last question, which was directly formulated as a question, and then maybe also the point on, but where is the funding? So if you want to synchronize funds, we don't have any funds at EUSALP level. On the first questions, if you have no clusters, first part of the answer, that is why in my conclusions this was only orange. So we absolutely recognize that this active role that clusters can take over in the implementation of such strategies is only possible if clusters first have if clusters first exist, second have enough financial support, which can be state support, but which can also be support from their own members if they have the consciousness that they have to do this. But there needs to be some kind of financial let's say, capacity to be able to take that over, and maybe a softer condition also to have the knowledge about how to do it. And we are aware that this is absolutely not the case in all the regions. And what I can tell you as a positive maybe outlook on that the one region and the one country in Europe that actually has no formal clusters at all is the country that I was talking about, Switzerland. Because it's not only that we don't have a smart specialization strategy, but the Swiss research and innovation policy, they don't want to know anything about clusters. So we don't have any kind of cluster policy in Switzerland, but we have organizations that we can label as clusters that are organized as clusters without having a cluster policy that is available. And in a lot of the regions that don't have any kind of formal cluster policies, there are initiatives in place that if you give them the tools and the knowledge and the consciousness to take over these kind of roles in regional development, for example, for smart specialization strategies, can actually do it, even in the absence of a formal cluster policy, smart specialization policy, whatever. So this would be the optimistic outlook, but of course also I absolutely acknowledge that there's a lot that still has to be done, and this is why it was still in orange. On the other question on funding, yes, it's true. There's no budget, for example, for EUSALP to fund macro-regional initiatives for the development of transformative activities at the moment. I think this is something we need to work on, but I'm not convinced that the idea of giving some kind of central budget that is governed by the macro region as such is really the solution. Let me get back to the historical example. The reason why it worked, the federation of the Lombard city, was exactly because they decided not to have one city that is ruling everything, or one city that is centralizing the budget and deciding who of the members can do what with that. But the idea was to have a federation of diversity where they have a synchronized mechanism, and the mechanism was that if we're attacked or if we have to defend ourselves against the emperor, for this kind of activity, every region, every city will use part of its own funds to put together an army to go get emperor's ass kicked. And in the same vein, something like that could also be imagined at the macro-regional level. And I think the Baltic region has actually examples and experience of synchronizing funding of member regions within the macro region without having a kind of centralized budget at the macro regional level, saying that if we want to finance a mechanism which is the development of transformative activities, you put out a call for that with the funding that is available in the regions. You synchronize that. You say the mechanism is synchronized. If regions want to go in the direction of a certain transformative activities, then you can apply to that, and you use the regional available funding for that. So regional funding is available. I don't know if we really have to centralize more, or if we just have to try to synchronize more on the mechanism and talk together to see how these available fundings can be synchronized within the macro region, and potentially also, of course, and I like that very much, outside of the macro region. So if something needs to be developed together with someone from the Baltic region, this should also be possible. Federations with a lot of flexibility, subsidiarity, and synchronized regionally available funding. I think this should be the way forward.
I take back the micro, but just actually for thanking everybody, because it is already 6 o'clock, so I think we were spot on time. Thanks to the speakers for all your presentations, for the interesting thoughts for actually how we will work in AG1. Thanks to everyone who has listened, who has taken the effort to come here. Thanks a lot. Have a safe trip home, whoever goes home. And for the others, we see each other tomorrow. Sorry. The conclusion session. I forgot about it. Sorry, that was actually my fault. So I'll give you. I thought we were already concluding. So you already.
Thank you, Martina. No, thank you very much. Now it's up. It's up to Luca Marchesi from Lombardy Region and Marco Peronacci from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and international cooperation for conclusions and future actions.
Well, okay, please, thank you very much for being here today. My name is Luca Marchesi. I am the Deputy General Manager for Environment and Climate in the Regional Administration of Lombardy. You know, in our region, the operational presidency of the strategy for this year, 2019, has been given to the Climate and Environment Ministry, because the keynote of the Italian presidency this year is on green economy, circular economy, and environment. Unfortunately, I have not been able to be here during the session, so I know that you have had a very useful, fruitful, and positive work. From my point of view, some of the few words I've heard of the discussion are very interesting, because we are trying to work during the second half of this year to elevate, to put higher the level of the political ownership and the political commitment on the main topics of the strategy. In these years, I think the action groups have made an excellent work. But I also believe, and we have shared this opinion with Marco Peronacci, who is the national coordinator, and to whom I'll give the word in a few minutes, in a few seconds, that a very important item is to increase the level of the political ownership and the link between the political level of the strategy, that is represented by the General Assembly, the operational tool that is the Executive Board, and the work of the groups. It's very important, because otherwise the excellent work that is done in the groups is not linked in a common and organic strategy, and cannot have the benefit of the strategic point of view from the point of sight of the embedding in the strategies, in the planning, in the programming of the new period, and in general, from the point of view of the real effective possibility to land on the real life of people, of enterprises, of association, that is the real purpose of a strategy like this, not to study and reflect and talk inside the rooms like this one, but to have effects on the real life and the real life of our communities. So this is the important task that we have assumed as the Italian presidency, and on which the region Lombardy is going to work, starting from tomorrow, when in the executive board meeting that is going to be held, we are going to define some of these points and discuss about on these points. So welcome again in Milan. I hope you'll have a few days, hours, it depends on your plans, in this city that is one of the most interesting cities in Europe, I think, especially today that we have just won the Olympic Winter Games of 2026, as you know. And so we're going to start a new period, a phase of great development and work. Just one word on this. One of the main elements of the Italian proposal for the Olympic Winter Games 2026 is on sustainability. The project is really linked to the sustainable goals of the Agenda 2030. So it's an element of great importance that makes even much more important to work also in EUSALP on the environmental dimension. So thank you much. Thank you very much again. Marco, for your last comments.
Good afternoon, almost good evening, and thanks to Luca Marchesi for giving me the floor. And since you mentioned the Winter Olympics game, let me congratulate Lombardy and Milan. And let me say also that this is an example of a small macro region, because Milano and Cortina and Lombardy and Veneto are together. And it was not at the beginning an easy organization. And I think that it shows that the organizing of territorial cooperations at all levels is an important element of the Europe that we want to build. And this is to stress that Italy at the national level with Lombardy has been and is very attached to the idea of macro-regional strategies as an element of the European governance. And this is why we have been given full support, and we will be giving full support to EUSALP operations, but also to the other macro-regional strategies, and we'll be following the dialogues between the strategies, and we'll try to grasp all the opportunities and benefits that we believe will come out of them. But let me say that I'm also very pleased to be again here in Palazzo Lombardia with so many analysts and academics and professors, and the EUSALP presidency in Milan actually started in February, so it's my second time, but I always find very stimulating to be here and living for some hours the so-called capital city. And I would also like, first of all, to thank Professor Anna Giorgi, who has been such an important driving force in organizing this event and these panel discussions. I must say that I followed the interventions with keen interest. I was truly impressed, and beyond my already positive expectations, I must say I learned a lot. The presentations were all instructive, of course high quality, and I think very relevant if EUSALP is to succeed. And this is why I think it is agreed that we should all redouble our common efforts to ensure that some of the strategic policy indications that have emerged from today's discussions are actually implemented. And I would say that, as many speakers have pointed out, the time has come to move from knowledge, considerable knowledge, to actions, or as somebody has put it very nicely, from the chicken to bioplastics. And I think that these indications will be certainly received with great interest by the executive board that will gather tomorrow in the Palazzo Lombardia, and which I will share in my capacity as national coordinator. Smart specializations and R&I issues, of course, are the core of our program in 2019, and I'm very pleased that today we could use this opportunity to expand our knowledge on these issues. We are usefully reminded today that university and research centers and institutions of learning should play a more and more prominent role in the process of connecting regions and macro-regions, and that this can be achieved by improving the coordination and with an appropriate blending with European funding. Another useful lesson that I have drawn from today's discussion is that we have to keep fine-tuning a system of monitoring that can help regions to timely adapt their strategies in the light of external trends, as well as to develop the transformative activities wherever possible, as some of you have mentioned. We are entirely persuaded that implementing smart specialization strategies will provide a precious framework for macro regions and European territories, and will be needed if we are to remain and to enhance our competitivity in the global economy. Finally, I would like to quote the Commissioner's creative message delivered at the opening of the Italian presidency last February. In her message, Madame Crețu, reminding the fundamental role played by Lombardy and Milan, dating from the original event of 2014 in the birth and development of a successful Alpine and EUSALP cooperation. And I think this meeting is yet another concrete evidence of the role of this region and of Milan, which I want to congratulate again. And today, we are proud to enhance and to witness the stakeholders' participation to this process, and to see that in all 9 areas of activity of EUSALP, things are actually progressing. We have a solid base to work upon, and we'll have to use this to do further work. Some of you, and I think Professor Margherita Russo mentioned it just at the last, have referred to the constraint of resources, of funding. And I think that one important point to recall is that when EUSALP was created in 2014, we were at the beginning of the multi-annual financial period, 2014-2020. Whereas now, we are in the midst of the negotiating phase for the next MFF 21-27. And this is therefore a highly propitious moment to realize substantial progress in the embedding of our financial projects within the broader EU planning. And this is an issue that will be touched tomorrow at the Executive Board and on which we hope to advance. And this is because we fundamentally believe that MRS and especially EUSALP can really greatly advance the cause of social economic progress in the Union. With these words, I would like to thank you again for your work and for your kind attention. Thank you very much. We kept the time. I think it's 6:30 sharp. Thank you for this question. And of course, the issue of political commitment is important. We think that one track that we have been reflecting on is to gather the useful work that has been done at working group level and to identify those trends of concrete actions that can be brought to the attention of the political levels to show that our processes are actually bringing solutions. And from one side, there is the ambition for EUSALP to, of course, be an actor in planning, in important strategic planning. From the other side, it is important that we can also show with concrete initiatives that actually will be probably presented at the forum in the autumn, and that they are there on the territory. What is the result of putting together so many different actors? So we are working to bridge more and more the gap between the action of the board and the action of the groups and with all the other stakeholders. We're working to involve more and more the youth. We are working to have an open and transparent process in which what we're doing is guided by some strategic views of what is important to do, but also is visible in terms of deliverables. And I think this is what is important. And on the other hand, as Luca mentioned, we are setting ourselves this year the priority of the green economy, and will be trying to work on some let's say emblematic projects on those that can be more easily communicated. as far as the political level is concerned, it is of course important also to keep constantly informed and communicate what is happening, the relevant ministers. And of course, it's not just one minister, it's maybe different ministers in the cabinet that may be interested. We have seen that in the last meeting in Milan, there was Minister Stefani. We have a number of ministers can happen to be involved in the process, and I think it's the same in the different countries. There isn't one who has the monopoly. So this is to try and give you an answer. And the other point is that it is important for us in this phase to fine-tune our relation with the European Union institutions to improve what the way in which we operate, and also financially to see if we can do some we can bring the progress the process forward. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I think Anna is, if there is no other, there is another intervention. Well, for instance, so I will mention the previous presidency, Tyrolean presidency, and if some of you, I don't know if you were in Innsbruck, there was a very interesting project which was presented, which was very innovative, which was designed to gather information from bees about the condition of the environment. It was a fantastic project which actually got a EUSALP so-called prize, which was based on this genial idea to have sensors put in the bee houses, and sensors that would collect humidity, temperature, and other data, and by doing so would be helpful to gather meteorological conditions and would help the farmers and the community. Another example is on transport. I think many of you would have heard the idea of developing a common EUSALP travel ticket that could be used for other regions, and many others on energies. What we want to say is that, of course, for politicians to be involved, especially when you're talking about regional and local actors, they need to be able to explain what is coming out of this cooperation. So, from one side, we need to align ourselves with ambitious, let's say, regional European strategic planning. From the other side, we need to be able to identify deliverables which are near to the territories and which respond to the needs of the citizens, and that will help us also to have increased the political commitment. So if in the experience of any of you who are working in the groups or have connections with the EUSALP activities in research centers, in think tanks or in institutions of any kind, these ideas and projects can come from the bottom, and this is, I think, the sense of a process such as EUSALP, which can be very informal and can pick up these useful inputs. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for inviting. Thank you.